Hello everyone, I am a storyteller, here to guide you through a story that will make you shiver. I know you are here to relax, so before you fall asleep, please like, share, and subscribe. It is the most precious gift, and it motivates me to continue telling stories. Let me know where you are from, and when you are watching, it is interesting to see where my story goes. But tonight, you're not just watching a video. No, tonight, you're stepping into the unknown. Into a world where reality bends, and the unseen finds its way to your doorstep. Now, sit back. Let go of your worries, and prepare to enter the dark roads where even the bravest hesitate to tread. It all began one night, just past midnight. As I drove through Highway 16, a back road stretching across the Nevada desert. The hum of the tires on the road was the only sound, accompanied by my shallow breath and the occasional squeal of a distant coyote. I was returning home after a business trip in Reno, taking the longer, quieter route to avoid the chaotic rush. That was my first mistake. It started off innocently enough, just an odd feeling. A prickling sensation that crawled across my skin. You know the feeling. The one that makes your neck tighten and your skin break out in goosebumps as if someone is watching you, but when you turn around, there's no one there. I checked my rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone or something. But the empty road behind me was as dark as a pitch-black void. The silence wrapped around me like a heavy blanket, and I reached for the radio, desperate for some noise to fill the oppressive stillness. But it was just static. A low, unintelligible hum that sent a shiver down my spine. That's when I noticed the temperature drop, though the heater was running full blast. My breath fogged up in front of me. Something was wrong. It wasn't much at first, just a twitch, a slight involuntary movement of my right hand. It didn't seem significant, maybe just fatigue. But then it happened again. My hand drifted toward the edge of the steering wheel, as if drawn by an invisible force. I tried to move it back, but my fingers wouldn't obey. They lingered, trembling slightly, as though I was resisting something I couldn't see. I pressed harder, forcing my hand back onto the wheel, but the resistance, it was like pushing against a current. My chest tightened. Panic rose within me. I tried to calm myself. It's nothing, I told myself. Just fatigue, just stress. But when my right foot slammed down on the accelerator, I knew something far worse was happening. My foot was no longer mine. It pressed harder, faster, as if someone else's foot was controlling it. I tried to yank my foot off the pedal, but it felt heavy, weighted down. Panic gripped me, and my heart hammered in my chest. My mind screamed for control, but my body was fighting me. With every ounce of adrenaline, I managed to force my foot off the gas. The car lurched, tires screaming in protest as it veered off course. I slammed the brakes, heart pounding. The car fishtailed, fighting to stay on the road. My knuckles whitened as I gripped the wheel, the sweat soaking my palms despite the chill in the air. Finally, I got the car under control and pulled it to the shoulder. The world outside seemed even darker now, as if it had swallowed the light. Whole silence, deep, thick, suffocating silence. I killed the engine. But the darkness, it didn't feel like darkness. It felt solid, like a wall closing in on me. The oppressive silence pressed down on me, stifling my breath. I grabbed my phone, flicking the flashlight on. But it did nothing to cut through the thick, impenetrable blackness surrounding me. I scanned the car, looking for anything that didn't belong. There was nothing. But still, I felt it. That creeping sense of being watched. I turned on the dome light and glanced at the rearview mirror. The seat behind me was empty, just as I expected. But then the dome light flickered. Once, twice. In that brief, agonizing moment of flickering light and shadow, I saw it. Something. A face. Or something that resembled a face, but it was wrong. A twisted, contorted mockery of a human face, pale and barely visible in the darkness. It wasn't moving. It didn't need to. The moment our eyes, if you could call them eyes, met, the world around me seemed to stop. Time stood still. I couldn't breathe. My hand shook as I reached for the door handle, desperate to escape, but the face, it lingered. It stayed there in the mirror, watching, waiting. My chest tightened, and every instinct screamed at me to run. But I couldn't. I was paralyzed. Trapped in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. My heart raced, but my body refused to move. The face in the mirror. It was still there, closer now. It seemed to be leaning toward me, inching closer through the reflection. And then, just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. Vanished. Like it was never there at all. I snapped out of it, gasping for air, but the cold was still there. The pressure on my skull, the fingers pressing against my brainstem. I needed to get out, but I couldn't move. I couldn't think. The road ahead was empty, just a long stretch of asphalt and desert. But what was lurking there? What was waiting in that endless dark? I sat there, frozen in the driver's seat, staring at the empty stretch of road ahead, wondering if the real terror was not the face I saw in the mirror, but what was hiding just beyond the glow of my headlights. A terror that wanted more than just to be a passenger. Something that wanted to see how far it could push us before we broke. Watching, just like the face in the mirror. And that was when I heard it. A low, distorted sound, like a whisper carried by the wind, so faint, yet unmistakable. A voice. But it wasn't human. I turned the key, but the car wouldn't start. The battery was dead. I was stranded. And then, in the distance, I saw it. A shadow, tall and unnaturally still, standing just beyond the reach of my headlights. And as I stared at the shadow, the realization hit me. It wasn't just the car that was haunted. It was me. More a suggestion of features, distorted and stretched, as if viewed through rippling water. But the eyes? God, the eyes. They were perfectly defined black voids without sclera or iris, absorbing light rather than reflecting it. Hollow, like staring into the infinite abyss. I whipped around, heart hammering in my chest. But the back seat remained empty. When I looked back at the mirror, only my own terrified face stared back at me, contorted in fear. I sat there for nearly an hour, engine off, flashlight trembling in my hand, casting a feeble light across the car's interior. The shadows seemed to stretch longer with every passing second. Eventually, I convinced myself it had been a hallucination. Exhaustion, highway hypnosis, they all made sense. I needed sleep. There was a motel about 20 miles ahead. I could make it there, get some rest, and continue my journey in the morning. As I pulled back onto the highway, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever we had encountered wasn't finished. A rundown affair with a flickering neon sign missing several letters. Looked like something out of a forgotten nightmare. The night clerk barely glanced up from his magazine as he slid a key across the counter. "Checkout time's 11, he mumbled, his voice flat, uninterested. I nodded, paid in cash, and hurried to my room, feeling eyes on me the entire way. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt that pressure at the base of my skull return. I jerked awake twice, my arms raised above me, fingers spread in unnatural positions. My body was no longer mine to control. By dawn, I was sitting upright in a chair by the window, watching the sun creep over the horizon, too afraid to lie down again. It should have ended there. A strange night, a tired mind, a forgotten nightmare. But it didn't. 3 weeks later, driving home from a late dinner with colleagues, it returned. I first noticed my fingers drumming on the steering wheel without my conscious intent. A dissonant, irregular pattern that my hands had never produced before. I tried to stop, but the drumming continued for several seconds before my fingers obeyed my commands. The familiar pressure returned to my neck. Stronger this time. It spread upward into my skull like cold tendrils, probing the base of my brain. My vision narrowed, the edges darkening as if ink were seeping in from the periphery. I couldn't breathe. Panic surged as I pulled into a gas station, hands shaking so badly I could barely turn off the ignition. The sensation receded almost immediately after I stepped out of the car. I stood there in the harsh fluorescent light of the convenience store, drinking bitter coffee and convincing myself I wasn't losing my mind. But I wasn't sure. When I finally gathered the courage to return to my car, I approached slowly, like it was a wild animal that might attack. The interior looked normal, benign. I circled the car twice, then bent down to look at the back seat. That's when I saw it. A smudge on the rear window on the inside. Not a handprint, exactly, but something resembling elongated fingers stretched across the glass. When I opened the door to examine it closer, the smudge vanished, as if it had never been there at all. I drove home with all the lights on in the car, the radio blasting, windows cracked despite the cold. I made it without incident, but I couldn't sleep without the lights on that night and the next. Over the following months, a pattern emerged. The entity I had begun to think of it as only appeared when I drove at night. At first, the episodes were separated by weeks, then days. Now, it happens almost every time darkness falls while I'm behind the wheel. The progression is always the same. First, the sensation of being watched. Then, the pressure at my neck, gradually intensifying until it feels like cold. Fingers massaging my brainstem. My extremities begin to move of their own accord. Subtle at first, then with increasing confidence. As if whatever is controlling me is learning how my body works. I've started to see it more clearly in reflective surfaces. Not just the rearview mirror, but in window glass, the chrome trim of the dashboard, the screen of my phone when it goes dark. A face that isn't a face. Features that shift and flow like smoke underwater. The black eyes remain constant, watching, waiting. But it's the tentacles. The tentacles are the worst part. Slithering, twisting from the shadow. Spreading out from the darkened corners of my vision. I can see them now, in the reflection, just behind my head. Reaching out like a predator that knows it's about to strike. They move with purpose, as though the creature inside me is now in complete control, learning how to move me with terrifying precision. Every night, I drive a little longer, a little deeper into the darkness. And the entity? It grows stronger with each passing mile. I thought I could outrun it. But I realize now that I'm not just driving down an empty highway. No, I'm driving straight into the heart of something that's been waiting for me all along. Something that is now in me. Waiting to be set free. Translucent, barely visible except when they move. The tentacles extend from where its arms should be. They reach for me, wrapping around my neck, wrists, and ankles. I can't feel them physically. There's nothing there when I try to grab at them. Yet I feel their effect. My body responds to their guidance, overriding my own will. I am no longer in control. I've tried everything. I had the car blessed by 3 different religious figures. I hung protective charms from the rearview mirror. I recited exorcism prayers. I found online while burning sage in the confined space, which only resulted in me frantically airing out the car before the smoke. Detectors went off. Nothing works. I've seen doctors too. Had brain scans, psychological evaluations, sleep studies. They found nothing physically wrong, though one neurologist suggested I might be experiencing a rare form of seizure affecting my motor control. The psychiatrist thought it might be a manifestation of PTSD from a car accident I had years ago. They prescribed medications that made me too drowsy to drive at all. About a month ago, I tried to tell someone what was really happening. My closest friend, Alex, who I've known since college. We were having drinks at his place, and I deliberately stayed late so I'd have an excuse to sleep on his couch rather than drive home in the dark. I told him everything: the presence, the loss of control, the face in the mirror, the tentacles. I could see in his eyes that he thought I'd lost my mind. He gently suggested that I check myself into a hospital. When I refused, he offered to drive me home himself and even dropped me at a clinic in the morning. I pretended to agree, then called a rideshare service. When he went to get his keys, he's called me every day since. His voice tight with concern. I've stopped answering. Last night was the worst episode yet. I had no choice but to drive after dark. My mother had fallen in her assisted living facility, and they called me at 9:00 p.m. Nothing serious, just a sprained wrist, but I had to sign some paperwork and make sure she was comfortable. The entity was waiting for me as soon as I turned onto the empty service road leading away from the facility. This time, it didn't start with subtle movements. My hands wrenched the steering wheel hard to the right without warning, sending the car careening toward a drainage ditch. I fought back, muscles straining as I forced the wheel straight again. The pressure at my neck was excruciating, like ice picks driving into my spine. My vision swam with black spots. In the rearview mirror, I could see it more clearly than ever before. A humanoid shape made of churning darkness, its face a twisted parody of human features, constantly shifting and realigning. The eyes, those terrible black pits, remained fixed on me. The tentacles reached around the seat, wrapping around my chest and throat, though I couldn't feel them. Physically, my breathing became restricted, as if my own muscles were constricting my lungs. My right foot slammed down on the accelerator of its own accord. As the car hurtled down the empty road, a terrible realization dawned on me. It wasn't trying to kill me. It was trying to replace me. Each time it appeared, it gained more control over my body. It was learning, practicing, getting stronger. Eventually, it would be able to operate me like a puppet, while my consciousness was pushed aside. With that understanding came clarity. I wrenched control back from the entity through sheer willpower, screaming into the empty car as I fought against my own rebellious limbs. My body responded, resisting, pushing back against the unseen force that was trying to take me over. I managed to guide the vehicle to the shoulder and slammed on the brakes. The entity's grip weakened as the car stopped moving. I sat there, gasping for breath, watching in the mirror as its form grew indistinct, fading like mist, until only those eyes remained, floating in the darkness of the back seat. Then, just as suddenly as they had appeared, they too disappeared. I'd done research since then. Real research. Not just frantic Google searches in the middle of the night. I've spoken with paranormal researchers who believe I'm experiencing a haunting. Quantum physicists who suggest I might be perceiving a parallel dimension, overlapping with ours, and even one shaman who insists that I've attracted a parasitic spirit, one that feeds on fear and movement. The common thread in all their theories is that the entity is bound to the car. Or, more specifically, to the act of driving at night. Something about the liminality of night driving, the isolation, the sensory deprivation, the monotony, creates a condition where the barrier between realities thins. I'm writing this now as documentation, not a confession. I need you to understand. I'm not crazy. There is something in my car when I drive at night. Something that wants to wear me like a suit. Tonight, I'm going to face it. I've chosen a stretch of abandoned highway outside of town. I'll drive there before sunset, park, and wait for darkness to fall. When the entity appears, I won't fight it this time. Not at first. I'll let it think it's winning. Let it reveal more of itself as it reaches for control. And then, when it does, I'll be ready. The shaman gave me a ritual to perform, a way to bind the entity and cast it out. The physicist recommended flooding the car with specific wavelengths of light that should disrupt whatever quantum anomaly I'm experiencing. The paranormal researchers provided ancient words of banishment from 3 different traditions. I don't know which approach will work, or if any of them will. But I can't keep living like this. Afraid of the dark. Afraid of my own vehicle. Afraid of losing control of my body to something that lurks just beyond normal perception. I'm not sure how much longer I can endure. If you're reading this and I haven't followed up, it means I failed. Or maybe I succeeded but can't bring myself to speak of it again. Either way, remember this warning. Be careful on night roads. Watch your rearview mirror closely. And if you ever feel your hands move on the steering wheel without your permission, stop driving immediately. Because you never know what might be sitting behind you, waiting for its chance to take the wheel. Update: it's been 3 days since my confrontation with the entity. I'm alive. I'm myself, but I'm not sure I won. The ritual seemed to work. There was a moment of blinding light. A sensation like electricity running through my entire body. And then, nothing. The presence was gone. I drove home in blessed silence, my limbs responding only to my commands. But last night, as I was falling asleep, I felt it. That familiar pressure at the base of my skull, just for an instant, then gone. And this morning, I noticed something troubling. In the mirror, for just a moment when I first woke up, my eyes looked different, darker, emptier. I think it found another way in. I think it's not bound to the car after all. It's bound to me. The shadows in my grandfather's apartment seemed to have a weight all their own. They stretched across the hardwood floors like dark tendrils, reaching for me even as I flipped on every light switch I could find. This place shouldn't have felt unfamiliar. I visited countless times as a child. But now, as its new inhabitant, the space seemed to resist my presence. The air hung heavy with decades of memories that weren't entirely mine. Beneath the smell of fresh paint and cleaning supplies lingered something older. Something that whispered of time I hadn't spent here. It felt wrong. And I was only just beginning to understand why. I inherited the apartment 3 weeks after grandfather's funeral. The lawyer had handed me the keys with a strange expression I couldn't quite place. Not sadness, not concern. Something closer to hesitation, as if he wanted to say more, but thought better of it. I dismissed it as professional detachment. After all, it was just an apartment in an old building. Grandfather had lived here for over 40 years without incident. A quiet widower occupying his days with books and his beloved record collection. The building itself stood like a dignified elderly gentleman among the gleaming new developments of downtown. Constructed in the 1930s, it retained most of its original character. It felt like a sanctuary, a place of history. But now, something felt off, and I couldn't ignore it. The first night I stayed in the apartment, I noticed the temperature drop. It wasn't a draft, but something deeper, more oppressive. As the night wore on, the sounds of the city outside seemed to fade, replaced by an unnatural quiet. The walls of the apartment groaned like they were shifting, sighing under an unseen weight. I tried to ignore it, attributing it to the old building settling. But when I lay down to sleep, I felt it again. A presence, pressing in from the corners of the room. The shadows seemed to twitch, flicker, as if they were alive. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, and watched them stretch further across the room, creeping toward me as if to pull me into their embrace. I jumped up, flicking on the lights, but they didn't stop. The shadows didn't retreat. They just watched, waiting. And I realized then that it wasn't just the apartment that had changed. It was me. The place wasn't simply haunted, it was holding me captive. Ornate crown molding, brass fixtures that had darkened with age, and floors that creaked their protests with each step. My apartment was on the 5th floor, a spacious 2-bedroom with tall windows that overlooked the city park. The rent-controlled status made it a miracle in today's market, and I considered myself extraordinarily lucky to have it. Max, my 3-year-old Labrador, hadn't shared my enthusiasm from the beginning. While I'd carried boxes up the narrow stairwell since the elevator was temperamental at best, he sat in the doorway, refusing to cross the threshold. I eventually had to carry all 70 pounds of him inside, coaxing him with treats and reassurance. Even then, he huddled near the front door, eyes tracking something across the ceiling that remained invisible to me. The first night passed without incident. Just the normal settling sounds of an old building and the occasional car passing on the street below. I attributed Max's continued unease to the change in environment. By the third night, he had taken to sleeping, pressed against my bedroom door, rather than in his usual spot at the foot of my bed. I would wake to find him tense, his ears pricked forward, staring into the darkened hallway. It was the morning of the 5th day when I first noticed something peculiar. I woke to the unmistakable aroma of freshly brewed coffee wafting through the apartment. For a groggy moment, I thought I must have set the timer on the coffee maker before bed. But I quickly remembered I hadn't even unpacked it yet. The smell was strong, rich, exactly how grandfather had prepared his morning cup, with that special dark roast he ordered from a specialty shop. I threw on a t-shirt and sweatpants and made my way to the kitchen, expecting to find an explanation. But the kitchen was empty. The counters were bare, except for a few unpacked dishes. No coffee maker, no cups, no explanation for the phantom aroma that now seemed to be fading. I checked the neighboring apartments, thinking the smell might have drifted through the vents. But the apartment to my left was vacant, and the elderly woman to my right didn't drink coffee due to her heart condition. That evening, as I unpacked grandfather's books onto the built-in shelves in the living room, I heard it for the first time. The low murmur of conversation coming from what seemed to be the kitchen. It wasn't loud enough to make out words, just the cadence of speech, the rise and fall of voices engaged in casual conversation. Max's reaction was immediate and alarming. He sprang from his reluctant rest in the corner, hackles raised, and began barking furiously at the empty kitchen doorway. I called out, thinking perhaps someone had entered without my noticing, though I knew I had locked the door. My voice echoed in the empty apartment, and as suddenly as they had begun, the voices ceased. Max continued to growl, his eyes fixed on a spot near the refrigerator, seeing something that remained hidden from me. The following days established a pattern. Morning coffee aroma, though I'd yet to unpack my own coffee maker. Occasional murmured conversations that stopped the moment I acknowledged them. Max barking at empty corners, particularly in the kitchen and the small study. That had been grandfather's favorite room. I began to wonder if grief had affected me more deeply than I realized. Perhaps these were manifestations of memories, sensory impressions left over from years of visiting this place when grandfather was alive. I reached out to the building superintendent, an overworked man named Guzman, asking if there had been any reports of strange occurrences in the building. His expression momentarily froze before he shrugged it off, saying only that old buildings make noises and play tricks with the ventilation systems. When I pressed about previous tenants or any history I should know about, he became evasive, mumbling something about respecting the privacy of former residents before shuffling away. By the end of the second week, sleep had become elusive. I would lie awake, straining to hear the whispered conversations that seemed to increase in frequency after midnight. Each night, they grew louder, closer, until the voices felt like they were coming from inside the walls, as if the very apartment itself was alive, watching, waiting. They never resolved into distinguishable words, remaining just beyond comprehension. Max refused to enter certain rooms altogether now, particularly grandfather's old study, where I'd set up my desk. He would stand at the threshold, growling low in his throat, eyes tracking invisible movements across the room. I began to notice other small discrepancies. Books I was certain I'd placed on the shelf would be found on the coffee table, open to specific pages. The antique record player grandfather had cherished would be found with the dust cover raised, though I never used it. Most disturbing were the photographs. Old family pictures I'd hung on the walls. I would enter a room to find them slightly askew, as if someone had brushed against them in passing. My rational mind sought explanations. Perhaps the building settling caused vibrations that affected the frames. Maybe my own memory was playing tricks, fueled by stress and poor sleep. I even blamed Max for some of the disturbances, though deep down, I knew his fear of whatever dwelled here made him unlikely to approach the affected areas. The weather had been unusually turbulent that month, with sudden storms sweeping through the city without warning. On the Friday, marking 3 weeks since I'd moved in, the sky darkened prematurely, heavy clouds blotting out the afternoon sun. By evening, rain lashed against the windows with unnatural force, and lightning transformed the familiar angles of the apartment into brief, grotesque tableaus. I sat in the living room, a glass of grandfather's whiskey in hand, a habit I'd inexplicably adopted since moving in. Max huddled beneath the coffee table, whimpering softly each time thunder shook the building. The electricity flickered once, twice, then stabilized. In those brief moments of darkness, I could have sworn I heard a chair scrape against the floor in the kitchen, as if someone had suddenly stood up. My heart hammered against my ribs as I reached for the table lamp, pulling the chain with trembling fingers. The circle of light seemed pitifully inadequate against the pressing darkness of the storm. A crash of thunder shook the windows, and in that precise moment, every framed photograph in the apartment, 15 in total, flipped upside down on their hooks, an impossible synchronized movement that sent ice spreading through my veins. I sat paralyzed, the glass slipping from my numb fingers, spilling across the hardwood floor. Max began to bark hysterically, no longer cowering, but standing rigid, facing the hallway that led to the bathroom and bedrooms. My breath came in shallow gasps as I slowly rose to my feet, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't name toward the bathroom at the end of the hall. The hallway stretched before me, seeming impossibly long in the dim light. Each step required tremendous effort, as if I were moving through water. The bathroom door stood slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness beckoning. Max wouldn't follow. His barking now transformed into high-pitched whines of Distress. My hand shook violently as I pushed the door open, the hinges protesting with a low, mournful creak. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers numb and uncooperative. When the fluorescent bulb finally flickered to life, I found myself unable to immediately lift my gaze to the mirror that hung above the sink. Some primal instinct warned me against looking, but inevitably, my eyes were drawn upward. Written in what appeared to be condensation on the mirror were 5 words: "You shouldn't have come back." My reflection stared back at me, face drained of color, eyes wide with terror. But it wasn't alone. For just a fraction of a second, I could have sworn another face materialized behind my shoulder. Older features, distorted with rage, eyes boring into mine through the mirror's surface. I jerked backward, a strangled cry escaping my throat as I collided with the door frame. When I looked again, there was only my own horrified expression and those 5 damning words slowly dripping down the glass. I fled the bathroom, slamming the door behind me with enough force to shake the walls. The living room no longer felt safe. Nowhere felt safe. The apartment seemed to close in around me, the air thick and oppressive. I grabbed my keys and Max's leash, desperate to escape, at least for the night. As I reached for the front door, my phone rang, an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I suggested we go up to the upper floors, filled with static and strange echoes, but the voice that came through was unmistakable. My grandfather's distinctive rasp, though he'd been dead for over a month now. He didn't speak my name, didn't offer any greeting. All he said before the connection dissolved into crackling static was, "The study, look behind the green book." My legs nearly gave out beneath me. Grandfather's voice, exactly as I remembered it, impossible as that was. The rational part of my brain screamed that this was a cruel prank, or perhaps a stress-induced hallucination, but another part, a deeper instinct, propelled me toward the study I'd been avoiding for days now. Max refused to follow, planting himself firmly by the front door, his entire body trembling. I moved as if in a trance, drawn to the floor-to-ceiling bookshelf that dominated the far wall of the study. The green book, he had said. There were dozens of green spines among the hundreds of volumes. Which one? And then I saw it. An oversized volume of botanical illustrations. Its emerald binding faded with age. It protruded slightly farther than the other books, as if deliberately positioned to catch my attention. With shaking hands, I pulled it from the shelf. Behind where the book had stood was a small recess carved into the wall itself. Within this hidden niche lay a leather-bound journal and a sealed envelope, yellowed with age. Both bore my name in grandfather's precise handwriting. Lightning flashed again as I carefully extracted these items, casting stark shadows across the room. The thunder that followed seemed to reverberate through my very bones. I retreated to the living room, unable to remain in the study a moment longer. I opened the envelope first. The letter inside was dated just 3 weeks before grandfather's death. It began without preamble. If you are reading this, then the apartment has already begun to reveal its nature to you. I had hoped it would accept you as you share my blood, but I fear now that was naive optimism on my part. My hands trembled so violently I could barely continue reading. Grandfather explained, in his methodical way, that the apartment, or something within it, had been a presence in his life for 40 years. He had come to an understanding with it, a tenuous coexistence based on specific rituals and boundaries that he detailed in the accompanying journal. He had never intended for me to inherit the apartment, but had made provisions for it to be sold to a stranger upon his death. However, his final paragraph explained the change of heart. I have come to believe that passing this burden to an unknowing soul would be an act of unconscionable cruelty. You at least have the advantage of my warnings and accumulated knowledge. The choice now rests with you. To leave and never return, allowing me to break my promise that my bloodline would maintain stewardship, or to stay and learn to coexist as I did. Neither path is without consequence. The journal contained 40 years of observations, incidents, rules, and rituals. Grandfather had documented every manifestation, every pattern, every method he had discovered to appease or at least neutralize what he referred to only as the presence. The final entry, dated the day before he died, contained only one line. I believe it has finally agreed to release me. Outside, the storm began to subside, the intervals between lightning and thunder growing longer. Max cautiously emerged from his hiding place to press against my leg, his eyes still fixed wearily on the hallway. The apartment felt different. Somehow, not welcoming certainly, but as if it were waiting, assessing. I closed the journal and rose from the couch, a strange calm replacing the blind panic of moments before. With deliberate steps, I walked to each upside-down photograph, carefully writing them on their hooks. In the kitchen, I unpacked my coffee maker and set it up according to the first ritual described in Grandfather's journal, positioned exactly 3 inches from the wall, aligned with the eastern edge of the counter. By dawn, I had completed the 7 initial rituals Grandfather had documented as essential for establishing boundaries. The apartment felt neither malevolent nor benign, but attentive, like a wild animal observing a human who has wandered into its territory. I understood now why Grandfather had stayed all those years. There was more to learn here, more to understand than could be gleaned from running away. I wiped the bathroom mirror clean and replaced the message with my own, written with a steady hand despite the exhaustion that weighed on me. I am not him, but I am his blood. We will learn to coexist. As the first rays of sunlight filtered through the windows, I heard it again. The gentle burble of brewing coffee, followed by the soft clink of a cup being placed on a saucer. This time, when I entered the kitchen, I found a steaming cup waiting on the counter, positioned at the exact spot where Grandfather used to sit each morning. I took a careful seat, mindful of the precise rituals of placement and acknowledgement detailed in the journal. Max watched from the doorway, his posture still alert, but no longer panicked. As I raised the cup to my lips, I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. A shadow taking the shape of a seated figure opposite me. "Good morning, Grandfather," I said quietly, following the script precisely. "I hope you slept well." The apartment would never be just an apartment, and I would never truly be alone here. But as I sipped the perfectly brewed coffee, exactly how I liked it, though I'd never specified, I realized that perhaps this inheritance was always meant to be mine. Not just the physical space, but the responsibility, the knowledge, the coexistence with something beyond ordinary understanding. Outside, the city awakened to a clear sky, oblivious to the delicate negotiation of space and boundaries occurring 5 floors up in an old building that had seen more than its share of history. I opened Grandfather's journal to a blank page and began my first entry as the new caretaker of whatever dwelled within these walls. The darkness here is different. That was my first thought upon arriving at the Blackwood property. A growing certainty that something fundamental about the shadows in this place was wrong. They seemed to linger after sunset, clinging to corners with unnatural persistence, stretching when they shouldn't, retreating when observed directly. I dismissed these impressions as the product of academic exhaustion, the price of tenure and 20 years spent hunched over medieval texts in fluorescent-lit university offices. This rural solitude was meant to be my escape, my reward. A place to finally finish my book on forgotten pre-Christian European rituals. I should have recognized the warning signs the moment I stepped through the threshold. The real estate listing had described the property as a historic farmhouse with character, requiring renovation, price to sell. What it failed to mention was why the locals called it the Watcher's House, or why it had remained vacant for nearly 30 years. I learned these details only after signing the papers, when the clerk at the county records office gave me a sidelong glance and asked if I'd heard about the old cult place. She wouldn't elaborate, but her expression, an odd mixture of morbid curiosity and genuine concern, stayed with me during the 3-hour drive from the university to my new country home. The house itself was a 2-story Victorian farmhouse with peeling white paint and black shutters, surrounded by 10 acres of overgrown fields and backed by dense pine woods. Inside, the rooms were largely empty, save for dust-covered furniture left by previous owners. The air hung heavy with the musty scent of abandonment and something acrid and unfamiliar that burned the nostrils. My first week passed uneventfully as I cleaned, made minor repairs, and set up my study in what was once a sunroom overlooking the western field. I arranged my books, laptop, and research materials meticulously. Academic habits die hard, and organizing my workspace has always been my ritual. Before beginning any serious work, I celebrated my first night of proper residency with a glass of scotch and watched the sunset paint the sky in violent crimsons and purples. That was when I first noticed the figure. It stood at the tree lean, motionless amid the lengthening shadows. A silhouette made indistinct by distance, yet unmistakably humanoid. I assumed it was a neighbor curious about the property's new owner. I raised my glass in greeting, but the figure remained still, watching. Something about its steadfast immobility sent a chill creeping up my spine. I turned away to retrieve my phone to call out a greeting. And when I looked back, the figure had vanished. Sleep came fitfully that night. The house made the expected noises of an old structure, creaking floorboards, settling foundations, branches scratching at windows. But beneath those sounds lay something else. Whispers, too faint to discern words, but unmistakably human in cadence. I told myself it was the wind through ill-fitted window frames. On my third night, I began to explore the house more thoroughly. Behind a loose baseboard in the dining room, I discovered a small hollow space containing a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. My heart raced as I carefully unwrapped it, revealing several yellowed parchments covered in faded ink. The language was unfamiliar, not Latin or Greek or any European script I recognized from my research. Sketched among the text were intricate symbols, spirals within triangles, eyes surrounded by thorns, creatures with too many limbs. My academic curiosity overwhelmed my unease. I spent hours photographing the documents, comparing symbols to those in my reference books, searching for any hint of translation. According to my phone, it was nearly 3 a.m. when I realized I was no longer alone in the room. The sound that alerted me wasn't loud, just a subtle change in air pressure. The almost imperceptible sound of someone breathing, trying not to be heard. I turned slowly, the hairs on my neck rising one by one like soldiers coming to attention. It stood in the doorway, a figure draped in what appeared to be a dark robe, with a hood pulled low, concealing all features except for a pale, almost luminous face beneath, where eyes should have been. There were only dark hollows, like wounds in the flesh. My mouth went dry. My body turned cold as sweat erupted across my skin, running down my back in icy rivulets. We regarded each other in silence, neither moving. Then its mouth opened too wide, impossibly wide, revealing darkness rather than teeth or tongue. From this abyssal maw came not a sound but a sensation directly into my mind. knowledge waits for those who seek. Truths buried, wisdom forgotten. Will you learn? I blinked, and it was gone. The doorway empty. The only evidence of the encounter was my racing heart and the dampness of my shirt clinging to my trembling body. I convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and the excitement of my discovery. I carefully replaced the parchments and went to bed, downing 2 sleeping pills to quiet my mind. The dreams began that night. Vivid visions of ancient gatherings beneath starless skies. Figures in robes circling standing stones, chanting in languages that hurt to hear. I was both observer and participant, watching and performing rituals that seemed to bend the fabric of reality itself. I woke speaking words I didn't understand, my tongue moving with practiced precision through sounds no human throat should make. The following days followed a pattern. By daylight, I researched feverishly, poring over the parchments I'd found and searching for more. I discovered small symbols carved into every doorframe in the house, subtle enough to be mistaken for natural wood grain unless examined closely. They matched symbols from the parchments. I began photographing them, cataloging their locations, searching for patterns. By night, the figure returned. Sometimes at the edge of the woods, watching. Sometimes in the house, standing at the end of hallways or glimpsed from the corner of my eye. Always vanishing when confronted directly. Always with the same silent message, knowledge waits. Will you learn? Sleep brought the dreams, each more detailed than the last. In them, I learned the purpose of the community that had once occupied this land. A group dedicated to accessing what they called the spaces between regions, spaces they believed existed in the gaps of human perception, where ancient entities dwelled. These beings possessed knowledge beyond mortal understanding. The rituals were meant to open doorways to invite communion. I began losing track of time. My phone would show Tuesday evening when I could have sworn it was Sunday morning. My research notes became increasingly erratic. Pages of coherent analysis interrupted by paragraphs in scripts I couldn't read. While awake, but somehow produced in my handwriting. The university called, concerned about my absence. I explained I was deep in research for my book. They seemed satisfied, though I couldn't recall what words I'd used to reassure them. One morning, I found mud caked to my feet and pine needles in my hair, though I had no memory of going outside. My camera contained photos I didn't remember taking. Images of stone arrangements in the woods, symbols drawn in dirt, and in one, the lower half of a robed figure just at the frame's edge. My rational mind fought desperately against what was happening. I researched carbon monoxide poisoning, hallucinogenic mold species, the psychological effects of isolation. I tested the water, checked for gas leaks, even drove to town to have a doctor examine me. She found nothing physically wrong, but suggested I might be experiencing stress-induced episodes. She recommended returning to the university environment. I nearly did. I packed a bag, loaded my car, and got as far as the main road before a crushing migraine forced me to pull over. My vision blurred, except for the continual appearance of symbols from the parchments floating in my field of view like afterimages. The pain subsided only when I turned back toward the house. That night, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I set up cameras in every room, motion detectors at every doorway, and prepared to document my experiences with scientific rigor. I sat in the dining room with the parchments spread before me, a digital recorder running, and waited. Hours passed. The house remained silent except for its usual settling noises. My eyelids grew heavy. Just as I considered giving up, the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded before me. The motion detector in the hallway chimed, but the camera feed showed nothing. I felt it before I saw it. That crawling sensation of being observed by something predatory. When I turned, the figure stood closer than ever before. Not in a doorway, but directly behind my chair. Its presence seemed to bend reality around it, distorting proportions and distances. The pale face had changed, now bearing faint markings that matched the symbols from the parchments. "You have been reading." The wordless voice pushed into my mind, but not understanding, not truly seeking. My heart hammered against my ribs, sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold. I forced myself to speak quietly, telling Marcus we needed to move back toward. "What do you want from me?" "Nothing you haven't already begun to give." The hooded head tilted at an impossible angle. "Your dreams open doors. Your curiosity turns keys. The patterns are within you now, waking." The figure extended what should have been a hand, but appeared more like elongated fingers of smoke. It hovered over the parchments, then over my research notes, pages now covered in symbols I didn't remember writing. With growing horror, I realized the markings on my notes and the ancient texts were increasingly similar. My handwriting had transformed over weeks into something resembling the ancient script. I scrambled away, knocking over my chair. The figure remained motionless, but its presence seemed to expand, filling the room with pressure that made my ears pop. The digital recorder emitted only static. The camera feeds on my laptop showed nothing but visual snow. They tried to seal us away. The presence continued. The townsfolk, the frightened ones. They buried our texts, boarded our temple, scattered our circle. But knowledge cannot be destroyed. It waits. It persists. It finds worthy vessels. "I'm not your vessel," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "You already are. You came seeking ancient knowledge for your book. We are that knowledge. Speaking through time, through flesh, through you now." I fled to my bedroom, locked the door, and wedged a chair beneath the handle. Sleep was impossible. I huddled against the headboard until dawn, watching the door, flinching at every sound. When sunlight finally spilled through the windows, I searched the house. The cameras had recorded nothing but static. The motion sensors showed multiple triggers throughout the night, but captured no images. My digital recorder contained only a high-pitched whine. That made my teeth ache when played back. My research notes, however, had changed. Where I'd written in English were now those same symbols from the parchments, but fresher, more defined, and I could read them without knowing how. I understood the text described ritual preparations, purification methods, astronomical timing requirements, specific arrangements of participants. The realization that hit me then was worse than any hooded figure. I wasn't being haunted. I was being recruited, prepared, initiated. I drove to town that afternoon, seeking stable internet access at the local library. I researched the history of the property more thoroughly, digging through digitized newspaper archives and county historical society records. What I found confirmed fragments from my dreams. A small religious community had occupied the property from the 1890s until 1927, when most members disappeared during what local papers called a religious retreat. The few remaining members eventually left, but locals reported strange lights and sounds from the property for decades. After, the community called themselves the Watchers at the Threshold. Their beliefs centered around entities they claimed existed just beyond human perception, beings of immense knowledge who could be contacted through specific rituals. They believed these entities had guided human advancement throughout History by selecting worthy individuals to receive wisdom. I should have left then, sold the house, returned to my comfortable academic life, perhaps written a conventional history book about rural religious movements instead. But something had changed within me. The symbols I now understood, the fragments of ritual knowledge accumulating in my mind, the growing certainty that something profound waited just beyond my comprehension. I returned to the house as sunset painted the sky. The hooded figure waited at the tree line, more solid than before. Less a visitor now than a resident like me. We regarded each other across the overgrown field. For the first time, I didn't feel fear. Only a strange recognition, as if greeting a colleague. That night, I didn't fight sleep. I welcomed the dreams. In them, I stood within a circle of standing stones deep in the woods behind the property. Stones I hadn't yet found in my waking explorations, but knew existed. Robed figures surrounded me, their hoods pulled back to reveal faces marked with familiar symbols. They were chanting, their voices combining into harmonies that seemed to vibrate the air itself, creating patterns of sound that folded space like origami. I understood then the community hadn't disappeared. They had succeeded. They had found their way into the spaces between where time and flesh operated by different rules. And now they were showing me the way. I woke speaking their language, the complex syllables rolling off my tongue with practiced ease. The symbols in my notes made perfect sense, not as mystical signs, but as a complex mathematical language describing dimensional principles beyond conventional physics. The parchments weren't religious texts, but scientific documents from a science that had evolved along different lines than our own. Days blurred together as I divided my time between translating the texts and exploring the woods, searching for the stone circle. I found it exactly where the dreams had shown me. 11 rough monoliths, arranged in a pattern that corresponded to a constellation not visible to the naked eye. At the circle's center was a flat altar stone, its surface covered with the now familiar symbols. The hooded figure appeared more frequently, sometimes accompanied by others. They no longer frightened me. They were colleagues, teachers, predecessors. Through wordless communication, they guided my understanding of the texts, corrected my translations, refined my pronunciation of their language. I began to see the pattern underlying everything. How certain arrangements of matter, sound, and thought could create intersections between realities. The community hadn't worshipped supernatural beings. They had discovered entities that existed according to different physical laws. Entities for whom time was a dimension that could be traversed as easily as we move through space. Yesterday, I completed the translation of the final parchment. It described not communication with these entities, but transformation. How a properly prepared human consciousness could be altered to perceive and eventually exist within the spaces between. The community hadn't disappeared. They had transcended. Tonight, under a moonless sky, I will return to the stone circle with my translations. I will speak the words that bend reality. I will open the doorway. I understand now why I was drawn to this place, to this house. Why my academic research had always focused on forgotten rituals and lost knowledge. I wasn't discovering something new. I was remembering something ancient, something waiting within me. The hooded figures weren't haunting me. They were welcoming me home. Knowledge waits for those who seek. I have sought, and I have found. Tonight, I transcend. I sensed something was wrong the moment I stepped through the lobby doors. The air felt denser than usual, as though the building itself were exhaling stale breaths into my face. A dull hum from the fluorescent lights overhead. reminded me how empty and silent the corridors could be after midnight. For weeks, my shifts had been routine, watching the security feeds and occasionally escorting late working employees to their cars. But that night, every fiber of my being told me there was something else in the building, something that didn't belong. I remember standing in front of the elevator, my flashlight strapped to my belt, waiting for my colleague Marcus to join me. The overhead lights flickered once, sending a distorted shadow of my own silhouette across the polished floor. That fleeting distortion almost looked like it was reaching for me. I tried to dismiss it, convincing myself it was just an electrical hiccup or my tired eyes playing tricks. When Marcus arrived, he too wore a concerned expression. He'd heard something over the radio. Our supervisor had asked us to investigate strange noises on the top floor. Neither of us admitted it out loud, but we both felt a quiet, creeping dread. My heart started pounding the moment we stepped onto the elevator. Each ding heightened my anxiety, and I felt a sudden dryness in my mouth. I fumbled for the small bottle of water I usually keep in my vest, but my hand shook so badly that I nearly dropped it. The ride up was excruciatingly slow. My pulse hammered in my ears, and I could hear Marcus breathing heavily. The claustrophobic space intensified. The sense that something ominous was waiting for us above. When we reached the top floor, the door slid open with a hiss that echoed through the empty hallway. It was too quiet. No hum of air conditioning. No faint tapping of keyboards, just a hollow stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. 52:35, the corridor lights were on, but they seemed dimmer than usual, casting strange reflections on the glass walls of the offices. I rubbed my forearms as a sudden chill spread over my skin. It was so cold up there that I wondered if the entire HVAC system had malfunctioned. Marcus and I began our sweep, walking slowly along the corridor, checking doors and listening intently for any sound. My ears strained with every step, picking up the rhythmic thump of our footsteps on the carpet. We split up to cover more ground. I scanned one conference room after another, flicking my flashlight into corners that looked darker than they should. I never found anything out of place. Yet, my heart wouldn't slow down. It was as if the building itself was alive, silently, breathing in sync with my every move. At one point, Marcus gestured from across the hall that he had heard something. I joined him and we stood together, pressing our ears against a heavy wooden door that led to the executive lounge. Through that door, there came a faint tapping sound, like someone drumming fingers against a table. But when I turned the doorknob and pushed it open, the room was empty. The overhead lights were off, the only illumination coming from the city outside. I let the beam of my flashlight wander across the furniture. Polished tables, a few armchairs, an unoccupied reception desk. The tapping had stopped. My breath came faster, and my chest felt tight. Marcus thought he saw movement near the far corner. We advanced cautiously, sweat prickling my scalp, even though the air felt unnaturally cold. I expected to find at least an intruder or maybe a lost employee working late. But there was no one. The tension in my shoulders built, to the point that I realized I was almost holding my breath continuously. Eventually, we retreated back into the corridor to continue searching. We checked door after door only to find empty rooms. Then we both froze at the same moment when a sudden bang echoed down the hall. It sounded like a door slamming violently. I felt my stomach twist. Marcus and I rushed toward the noise, turning corners faster than caution would usually allow. My flashlight beam trembled on the walls, illuminating scattered office decor, motivational posters, potted plants, a framed company mission statement. Nothing unusual. Still, we both heard that door slam. It was loud enough to jolt the entire hallway with its resonance. We reached a door that appeared slightly ajar. Without saying a word, we approached it. Flashlights raised. The silence that followed was somehow even more unnerving than the banging had been. It was as if whatever had caused the noise was waiting just behind that door. I felt a bead of sweat slide from my temple down to my chin. My pulse quickened. I could practically taste the adrenaline in the back of my throat. Pushing the door open revealed a dim, unlit office. Rows of cubicles stretched out in front of us. Everything seemed in order, except for one detail. At the far end of the room, a single computer screen was on, its blank white glare cutting through the darkness. Marcus muttered under his breath, though I didn't catch his exact words. The flickering fluorescent lights overhead buzzed, and I felt a sudden wave of dizziness. The environment felt wrong. The air was stale. A stale that filled my nostrils with an almost chemical odor. As we inched toward that lit screen, the lights above us flickered and died, plunging us into near complete darkness. My flashlight flickered at the same time, and for a split second, the beam vanished altogether. That instant of total darkness, broken only by the ghostly glow of the monitor, was enough to make my heart stutter. A numbing chill spread through my body, and I had to force myself to keep walking. My hands trembled so badly that I had trouble keeping my flashlight steady. Marcus was next to me, and I felt him brush against my shoulder, trying to stay close. Then our flashlights abruptly died as if someone had flipped an unseen switch. I cursed under my breath, swallowing hard as panic flared in my chest. It felt like the temperature dropped another 10 degrees and the hair on my arm stood up. There was an unnatural quiet that pressed in on my ears. My breath came out in ragged gasps. I fumbled with the flashlight, switching it off and on again, but it refused to cooperate. Marcus did the same, but his also remained dark. The moment we accepted that the flashlights were useless, I noticed a presence. It was like a prickle at the back of my neck, a charged sensation that made my pulse skip. I didn't see anything at first, but my peripheral vision caught faint shifts in the darkness. I heard what sounded like footsteps shuffling across the carpet, slow and deliberate, circling us. My body tensed, fight or flight instincts roaring to life. I forced myself to speak quietly, telling Marcus we needed to move back toward the corridor where the emergency lights might still be on. We navigated by memory, creeping out from between cubicles toward the door. Each step caused the carpet to muffle our movements, but I could swear I heard something else mirroring our pace. The darkness played tricks on me, suggesting shapes that weren't there. Shifting silhouettes that vanished whenever I tried to focus on them. My throat felt so dry I could barely swallow. My heart pounded so loud I felt sure anything lurking in the room could hear it. When we finally made it into the corridor, the dim glow of an emergency exit sign offered some meager comfort. The slight illumination revealed that the corridor's overhead lights had also gone out. We pressed against the wall, taking a moment to gather ourselves. Our supervisor radioed in, sounding anxious, saying he was outside on the surveillance truck and could see multiple shapes moving around on the camera feed, shapes that looked vaguely human. He claimed they were walking up and down the corridors as if they owned the place. He asked us if we'd encountered a group of people, but we saw no one. My stomach twisted further when he said he could see us on the monitors, apparently talking to figures who weren't visible on the footage. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the truth. If we were talking to something we couldn't see, it meant either we were hallucinating or these entities were invisible to the cameras. That notion made my skin crawl. I felt a freezing sweat gather under my uniform. and my temples pulsed with every frantic heartbeat. Marcus looked as pale as I felt, though the corridor's faint red lighting front. The exit signs didn't help. He indicated we should keep moving, find the stairwell, and get out of the building. We hurried down the corridor, passing office doors that seemed to groan when we walked by. Every door we tried was either locked or led to a pitch-black room that felt even colder than the hallway. The sense of being followed continued, each step accompanied by ghostly echoes of movement that never fully revealed themselves. My mind started to race, questioning my own sanity. I wondered if the entire shift might be a collective nightmare or some bizarre, stress-induced episode. At one point, we turned a corner and came face to face with another hallway we had just traversed moments before. It was as though the building's layout had shifted. I recognized a distinctive piece of abstract artwork on the wall. A bright red canvas with swirling black lines. We had already passed that painting earlier. My stomach did a flip, and I felt the urge to sprint, though fear rooted my feet in place. Marcus looked equally disoriented, and we both realized we might be walking in circles despite heading in a straight line. A wave of claustrophobia overwhelmed me. The corridor felt narrower than before. The walls loomed closer, and I could almost feel them pulsating like living tissue. My breath turned shallow, and a metallic taste seeped into my mouth. I started to suspect the building was warping around us, leading us into some labyrinthine trap. That was when the radio crackled again. Our supervisor's voice came through in fits and starts, warning us that all the cameras on the top floor had just cut out. He sounded terrified, insisting we leave immediately. That something was roaming those hallways, driven by that urgent tone. We forced ourselves to move faster, ignoring every open door and focusing on finding the stairs. As we approached the stairwell sign, we heard more banging noises, heavy slams as if multiple doors were being flung open and shut. The echoes overlapped, forming a deafening percussion that rattled my nerves. My mouth went completely dry. I tried to inhale calmly, but my breath caught in my throat. My heart thundered in my chest. The fear was so intense it almost paralyzed me. At last, we found the stairwell door. The small window set into the steel frame showed faint red illumination from inside, presumably from emergency lighting. I reached out and turned the handle. It opened. Relief momentarily washed over me, but as we stepped inside, we realized the stairwell spiraled down into an unsettling gloom. A soft, eerie wind seemed to blow upward, but there should have been no wind at all in a sealed staircase. The temperature plunged again, so cold that my hands went numb. Marcus and I started descending. Our footsteps echoed sharply on the concrete. Steps. Each step was punctuated by the frantic thumping of my pulse in my ears. My stomach churned, a mix of dread and dizziness. I became convinced something was behind us, maybe only a step or two away. Several times I risked a glance over my shoulder, but the gloom revealed nothing concrete. Just faint shapes that could have been illusions cast by the dim red glow. We must have descended several flights when we noticed that none of the doors we passed led to any recognizable floor. Each door was labeled, but the numbers were out of sequence, and the tiny windows revealed nothing but darkness beyond. It felt as though we had slipped into some hidden layer of the building that defied the normal laws of architecture. Desperate, I tried the radio again, but only static answered. My heart hammered even harder, a frantic tattoo that blurred my thoughts. Finally, after what seemed like an endless descent, we came across a door labeled ground floor. I grabbed the handle, feeling the chill metal bite into my palm. I pushed. The door opened onto the lobby, bright lights flooding my eyes so suddenly that I blinked and recoiled. Every sense reeled from the abrupt return to normalcy. The wide reception desk stood in its usual place. The polished floor gleamed under the fluorescent bulbs. Even the security turnstiles looked mundane and ordinary. Marcus and I staggered into the lobby, sweat-soaked and shaken. My breathing came in shallow gulps, and I felt tears pricking my eyes from pure relief. Our supervisor stood by the entrance, looking frantic. He told us the camera suddenly clicked back on, and he saw us appear in the lobby with no one else around. He wanted to know what happened upstairs, but neither of us could fully explain. We only mumbled incoherent accounts of footsteps in cold spots, glimpses of silhouettes we never quite saw, and hallways that twisted in on themselves. We left the building with him that night, still in our uniform jackets, and I felt a tangible sense of oppression lift the moment I crossed the threshold to the sidewalk. The cold night air outside felt strangely comforting compared to what we just experienced. My hands were still trembling, my heartbeat erratic. Marcus seemed at a loss for words, his eyes distant, as if he couldn't shake the images that had haunted us on that top floor. Even once I was safely home, the fear lingered like a residue I couldn't wash off. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined that endless hallway, the flickering lights, and the sense of being watched. In the days that followed, I questioned my own sanity. I studied the surveillance footage, which showed Marcus and me patrolling corridors, apparently holding conversations with empty air. I heard us responding to questions that were never asked. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, the creaking of the old house, faulty security system, but every explanation sounded hollow. A denial of something too disturbing to accept. To this day, the memory makes my heart pound. That building is just another corporate structure by day, a polished testament to commerce and routine. But at night, something else stirs within its corridors. Something cold, elusive, and predatory, feeding off the fear of anyone who dares to wander those dark floors. I never returned to a night shift in that place, and no one ever forced me to. Yet sometimes, in the darkest hours of the morning, I wonder if it still calls out, beckoning watchers into the gloom, to walk those hallways hand in hand with shadows that only appear when the lights go out. I'm haunted not by what I saw, but by what I couldn't see. By the creeping sensation that reality itself had twisted into a labyrinth of impossible spaces and fading flashlights. Even though I escaped physically unscathed, part of me remains in that upper floor. A fragment of my nerves, my certainty, my sense of self. I still feel it late at night, a phantom chill across my skin, reminding me that once you glimpse that sort of darkness, you never truly leave it behind. I awoke to an all-encompassing darkness that seemed to crawl across the walls, stretching its cold fingers into every corner of my room. It was the type of darkness that made me question whether I was truly awake or still trapped in the suffocating embrace of a nightmare. My skin prickled with an unnerving sensation, like a slow electric current creeping along my spine. Even my breathing felt off, too loud in my own ears, as though the silence of the house amplified every gasp and exhalation. It had been only a few weeks since I'd recovered from a grave illness that doctors struggled to define. And yet, I wasn't sure if I had ever truly left that place of uncertainty and dread. Something in the air was different now, saturated with a tension I couldn't name, and I couldn't shake the persistent feeling that I was no longer alone. I remember the first day I was declared well enough to return home. My legs wobbled like jelly as I stepped through the front door, an effort so mundane yet monumental given how weak I had been. The walls of my house greeted me with silent indifference, the dull gray light of late afternoon filtering through dusty blinds. The doctors had warned me about lingering fatigue and the possible psychological aftermath of such a severe illness, but none of them mentioned the sense of being watched returned, more oppressive than ever. Assuming it was a side effect of stress or the remnants of my own imagination. Yet, every so often, I caught the faintest whisper of movement where there should have been none. A shadow out of place, a flicker at the edge of my vision. These were mere glimpses, hardly substantial enough to stir real fear. But they were there. During my first night back, I sat in the living room, forcing myself to watch an old movie in an attempt to distract my mind. I recall the faint hum of the TV casting wavering light around the space, the shadows dancing in time to my quickening pulse. My heart began pounding without explanation, thumping so forcefully that I felt it in my ears. I glanced around, telling myself that it was just the after effects of stress, but I couldn't ignore the sense that something was behind me. My palms began to sweat, and my throat went dry, as if I were about to face an unnamed threat. When I finally managed to turn around, of course, there was nothing there but my own reflection in a black window pane. Over the following days, these unsettling moments multiplied. I was haunted by the feeling of eyes on me whenever I walked down the hallway. Sometimes it felt as though I could almost see shapes drifting just out of focus, like translucent figures floating through the walls. I told a close friend over the phone about these odd sensations, adding that the constant undercurrent of dread was making it hard to sleep. He responded that I should try to relax, reminding me that my immune system and mental state were still fragile. I nodded silently, not wanting to argue. But deep down, I suspected there was more to it than mere stress or hallucinations. One afternoon, while I was in the kitchen trying to summon the energy to prepare a meal, I caught a glimpse of something truly bizarre. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a tall silhouette gliding across the hallway. It moved soundlessly with a fluidity that didn't belong to anything human. I froze, adrenaline tearing through my veins. My heart hammered so violently that I had to steady myself against the counter, cold sweat dripping from my forehead onto the tiled floor. For a moment, I felt sure I would pass out. Every nerve in my body screamed at me to look closer, to confirm or refute what I had just seen. But fear rooted me to the spot. When I finally gathered the courage to step into the hallway, it was empty. Convinced I was in the throes of post-illness delirium, I made an appointment with a therapist. I described my experiences in cautious terms, aware that I sounded unhinged. The therapist suggested that I might be experiencing severe anxiety or residual trauma. It all felt rational enough. But some part of me couldn't accept that explanation. I agreed to keep a journal, noting each time I saw or sensed something out of the ordinary. Over the next week, my journal filled quickly. The entries became more frantic. Heard faint whispers in the living room at 2 a.m. or shadows flickered across the ceiling. Could be the streetlight. I knew how it looked on paper, but living it felt undeniably real. Then came the night when I truly recognized what I was seeing. I was lying in bed, my eyes glued to the ceiling, trying desperately to fall asleep. The room was silent except for the soft hum of the air conditioner. My eyelids were heavy, but every time I started to drift off, I jolted awake with a sensation of someone looming over me. Suddenly, the darkness by the foot of my bed seemed to coil and twist, revealing a distorted shape. It was vaguely human, but stretched as though glimpsed in a warped mirror. Its skin, if it could be called that, shimmered with an ethereal sheen, like thick smoke caught in the moonlight. The entity seemed to regard me with a chilling curiosity, tilting its head ever so slightly, as though perplexed by my ability to see it. A surge of terror jolted through my chest, and I gasped, my lungs struggling to take in air. My entire body shook as I realized I was looking into the featureless face of something not meant for human eyes. It was almost beautiful in its horrific alienness, a malicious grace radiating from its motionless form. Then it faded, evaporating into the shadows as if someone had blown out a candle. My heart pounded as though it might burst from my chest, and my sheets were damp with sweat. I lay there for hours, unable to move or look away from the dark corners of the room, convinced that if I so much as blinked, the figure would return. From that night forward, the entities became bolder. I started seeing them at random intervals, drifting through walls, hovering near doorways, and skulking in my peripheral vision. I couldn't hide the panic these sightings induced. My breathing would become shallow, my forehead slick with perspiration, and my throat would constrict as if I were being choked by unseen hands. I would grip my furniture to steady myself, feeling an icy tremor race down my arms into my fingertips. Occasionally, I'd sense them brushing past me, leaving a trail of cold that clung to my skin. It was as though they fed on my dread, reveling in my rapidly deteriorating sense of reality. In an effort to ground myself, I left the lights on at all times. But this only served to cast more shadows. Sometimes I'd awaken to find the lights inexplicably turned off. My heart would hammer so fiercely against my ribs that I'd feel nauseated. When I switched the lamps back on, the bulbs would flicker in agitation, casting erratic patterns across the walls. I started to doubt whether I had truly recovered, or whether I was lost in some purgatory where these beings thrived on the fear I couldn't suppress. A creeping paranoia set in, an unshakable feeling that every object in my house was being manipulated by malevolent hands I couldn't see. I tried telling the therapist that I felt as if these entities were feeding on me, that my anxiety and suffering seemed to draw them closer. She maintained a calm, professional tone, suggesting we explore mindfulness and relaxation techniques. She reminded me that after serious illnesses, patients sometimes undergo periods of heightened imagination. She asked if I felt I might still be in the hospital, as though suffering a delusion. I left the session feeling more isolated than ever, convinced that she couldn't possibly understand the magnitude of what was haunting me. My dreams, or what passed for dreams, became nightmarish. Landscapes filled with twisting corridors and flickering lights. In those dreams, I would see them waiting in corners, their featureless faces turned toward me. Sometimes I would sense them whispering, though I couldn't decipher the words. The nightmares would leave me drenched in sweat, my heart galloping in my chest. It got to the point where sleep seemed almost more terrifying than being awake. One night, my friend decided to stop by, although I didn't tell him the full extent of my experiences. Still, he could see how pale and jittery I had become, and he suggested I get out of the house for a while. I hesitated, feeling a strange protectiveness over my home, as though leaving might make the situation worse. But I agreed. While we sat in his car, I explained in cautious terms that I kept seeing shapes and forms in the darkness, that I felt them in my sleep. My friend listened with visible concern, his eyes darting from the road to my anxious face. He tried to reassure me that nothing could hurt me if I didn't allow it. I heard him speak calmly about mind over matter, yet his voice sounded muffled to me as though coming from underwater. That same night, back at home, I turned on every lamp and let the TV blare in the background. My body was exhausted, mind teetering on the edge of collapse. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke to an eerie silence. The TV was off, and the lamps were dimmed as if the electricity had been partially drained. The air itself seemed heavier, pressing down on me like a thick fog. In the corner of my living room stood three shimmering forms, their outlines barely distinguishable, yet undoubtedly there. My heart thundered, each beat resonating through my entire frame. I could almost sense the cruelty in their gaze, though they had no eyes. A chilling recognition washed over me. They knew I could see them. And they were toying with that knowledge. I tried to stand, but my legs threatened to buckle underneath me. Waves of cold terror rolled through my stomach, twisting it into tight knots. As I managed to steady myself, the figures drifted closer, their presence radiating a paralyzing dread. My breathing went ragged, my chest tightening as though someone was squeezing. I half stumbled backward, reaching out blindly for something. Anything to hold on to. My hand found the corner of the sofa, and I gripped it with such force that my knuckles turned white. In a moment of delirious panic, I wondered if I was even alive, or if the hospital had never discharged me at all. Perhaps I was lingering in some limbo where these entities were the real inhabitants and I was the intruder. My vision blurred at the edges, dizziness washing over me. I fought to stay conscious, pressing my nails into my palm, hoping the sharp sting would anchor me in reality. Then, without warning, the forms vanished. The lamps flickered back to full brightness, and the TV blared to life with a sudden burst of sound. My entire body trembled, the aftershock of fear coursing through my bloodstream. I sank to the floor, the exhaustion in my muscles more than I could bear. I could feel my pulse against the back of my eyes, throbbing in a rapid, unsteady rhythm. I realized I had been clenching my jaw so hard that a dull ache radiated through my temples. At that point, I decided I needed answers, or at least some semblance of control. I rummaged through old boxes in my attic, searching for anything that might hint at a reason why these manifestations had chosen me. I had heard stories of people developing strange sensitivities after surviving severe illnesses, but I never believed I'd be one of them. The attic was dusty and cramped, filled with the stale odor of forgotten keepsakes. I felt the wooden planks creak beneath my weight, each sound causing my heartbeat to spike. The only light came from a small flashlight, creating an endless array of dancing shadows. I found nothing that could explain my predicament. No family heirlooms cursed by rumor, no diaries containing secrets of the paranormal. Yet, as I sifted through the debris, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed by dozens of unseen eyes. My ears picked up faint scratching sounds, barely audible, but enough to send waves of goosebumps across my skin. Each exhale came ragged and shaky, my breath condensing in the cool attic air. By the time I left, I was shivering uncontrollably, mind racing with possibilities that offered no solace. My nightmares escalated. The next few nights, I barely slept at all. Every time I drifted off, I'd see those shapes roving in the darkness, a silent swarm feeding on whatever panic they could coax from me. In the waking world, my reflection in the mirror sometimes flickered with images not my own. Occasionally, an echoing thud or a scraping sound would ring out from behind locked doors. My hands trembled so fiercely that I could hardly hold a glass of water without spilling it. The boundary between reality and hallucination blurred dangerously. Desperate, I attempted to confront these entities. I found myself speaking aloud to the emptiness, demanding they leave me alone. Even though my voice quavered, my words echoed through the vacant halls, only to vanish into the oppressive silence. I could sense them gathering, drawn to my fear like vultures to carrion. My stomach lurched at the analogy. I didn't want to think of myself as a source of nourishment for these monstrous forms. In a final bid for clarity, I decided to test whether I was truly in limbo or merely losing my mind. I forced myself to go outside at dawn, believing that if this were some twisted afterlife, perhaps I'd notice inconsistencies in the world. The crisp morning air stung my lungs, and I felt the rough texture of the sidewalk under my shoes. Cars passed by, headlights cutting through the pale light. Strangers walked their dogs, and the birds sang an ordinary, if somewhat melancholic, tune. This looked like the real world. But I still couldn't be sure. My heart pounded in my ears, and a sheen of sweat clung to my brow. If the world was normal, maybe I was the only abnormal thing left. That night, the dreams came with unusual clarity. I walked through my home's corridors, the walls stretching impossibly, dissolving into swirling blackness. I heard them whisper in unison, their voices like a chilling wind rushing through dead trees. They spoke of hunger, of feeding on torment, and they acknowledged that I could see them. I felt their presence pressing in, creeping under my skin, gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. I knew they wanted me to doubt everything, to question my survival, to question the tangible world around me. My fear reached a fever pitch, my body convulsing with terror as they drew closer. Shimmering shapes enveloping me in darkness. Then somehow I found a spark of defiance. Through the suffocating dread, I forced myself to recognize that fear was their feast. I had to starve them of it. My eyes flew open, and I was in my bed, drenched in sweat, heart pounding erratically. But I could sense them lingering, shimmering at the edges of the room. Every muscle in my body tensed as I rose from the bed on unsteady feet. A cold wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm me, but I stayed upright. Step by step, I moved toward the darkest corner of the room, refusing to let myself cower. My pulse hammered like a drumbeat in my temples, my breath coming in ragged bursts. I whispered under my breath that I knew what they were, and I refused to succumb. The air seemed to vibrate, an electric tension building. My skin tingled painfully, and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. For a second, I feared I would faint. But then, the oppressive heaviness eased. The shapes flickered, wavering like mirages in the summer heat. Though my throat felt as dry as sandpaper, I stood my ground, forcing my gaze to remain steady. In a slow, rippling motion, they faded once more, leaving me alone with my thundering heart and the echo of their whispered threats. The lights in the room returned to their usual glow, and a hush fell over the house. My body shuddered with residual terror. But I realized that I had not collapsed or lost consciousness. Somehow, I had faced them, and I was still there. I wasn't entirely sure if I had driven them away for good or if I had merely proven to them that they could not take all of me. Perhaps I had proven it more to myself. Even now, I still can't be absolutely certain that I survived my illness in the conventional sense. Part of me remains convinced that I'm treading the border between this world and whatever lies beyond. A precarious position that drew these creatures to me. But each day, as I open my eyes to the morning light and feel my heart beating in my chest, I choose to believe that I'm here. Truly here. The house still holds echoes of their presence. A faint outline in a mirror, a hint of movement in a corner. A sensation of being watched when all should be still. Yet every time I sense them, I remember the moment I refused to crumble. I live with the knowledge that they feed on the terror they elicit and that they thrive on uncertainty. But I also live with the understanding that my own will is the strongest shield I possess. My nights remain restless, punctuated by dreams that border on the realm of nightmares. But each morning brings the potential for another day of resistance. I can't say I found peace, but I found a foothold in my own determination. The lingering discomfort is a constant reminder that something lies just beyond my range of vision, waiting for a crack in my resolve. Perhaps that's enough for now to exist in a state of vigilance, uncertain but persevering, free from their total control. And in that uneasy balance, I find a strange kind of solace, knowing I'm still fighting and I'm still here. The moment I stepped back into My dorm room after a late study session, I felt something was terribly wrong. It was as though the air itself had thickened, weighing on my lungs and sending a shudder through my veins. The usually soft fluorescent ceiling light had become glaring, casting harsh shadows along the walls that seemed to loom and waver as if alive. Even the hallway felt foreboding, every footstep echoing ominously. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, and a faint tremor crept through my fingertips when I gripped the doorknob. I paused for just a second before turning it, already bracing for what lay on the other side. I will never forget the first time I noticed how much my roommate Vince had changed. We were college juniors, sharing a cramped but typical dorm room. Until recently, Vince was the life of our floor, full of jokes, always ready to drag me to a midnight fast food run or an impromptu party. His laugh was loud and his presence filled any space he inhabited. But at some point, it's hard to pin down the exact moment, he withdrew. I recall an evening in late October when I returned from a weekend trip to see my parents. Vince was seated by the window, barely moving, pale as though he had drained every drop of sunlight from his skin. He didn't turn his head. He didn't speak. All he did was stare into the night, with an intensity I'd never seen before. At first, I tried to tell myself he was just going through a rough patch. College is stressful. People change under pressure. But then the rumors started. Classmates whispered that Vince had been caught in the library muttering to himself. One friend told me in a hushed tone that she'd heard him hissing in a language no one recognized. Another insisted that he twisted his arm behind his back at an impossible angle, as though it were made of rubber. I dismissed these stories as exaggerations until I witnessed the transformations with my own eyes. It began with small occurrences. Late at night, I would wake to creaking sounds like an old rocking chair, only to discover Vince standing in the dark, his torso bent in an unnatural position. The first time it happened, my stomach clenched with such fear that I could taste acid in the back of my throat. My pulse hammered and my skin grew clammy. I tried to speak to him, but my voice caught in my throat. And when I finally managed to croak his name, he whispered something I couldn't understand. 1 hour 27 minutes and 53 seconds, his voice was raspy, layered with what sounded like multiple distinct tones at once, some deep, others high-pitched, all clashing and swirling together. I convinced myself I was just groggy, half dreaming. But the next morning, he had bruises on his arms and strange cuts on his wrists shaped like sharp angular symbols I had never seen. 1 hour 28 minutes and 14 seconds, when I asked him about the cuts, Vince brushed it off, acting as though I'd lost my mind for even suggesting something was wrong. He shrugged, half smiling, and said it was nothing. Yet there was a peculiar gleam in his eyes, a coldness I could not associate with my friend. In the following days, I found more of those symbols carved into his torso, his back, and even near his collarbone. 1 hour 28 minutes and 40 seconds, he stopped wearing short sleeves. He wore a hoodie indoors, even when the heating made the room uncomfortably warm. I would see the edges of the markings peeking out from under the fabric. They were dark red, some scabbed over, others fresh. Each discovery sent a jolt of dread through me, and my mouth went dry every time I tried to question him about it. 1 hour and 29 minutes, the strangest thing was how the environment itself responded to Vince's presence. Our dorm hallway, normally buzzing with conversation, seemed to go silent whenever he stepped out. The overhead lights flickered. The ambient hum of campus life, a distant radio, the murmur of late-night study groups would fade as if the air was being sucked out of the corridors. 1 hour 29 minutes and 25 seconds, my own body reacted violently around him. My throat tightened and my heart beat so hard I wondered if he could hear it. His eyes, hollow and ringed with dark circles, would meet mine just briefly, sending an uncomfortable chill up my spine. One night, I invited a friend from another dorm to hang out. We played music and tried to keep the atmosphere light, though the tension in the room was unmistakable. 1 hour 29 minutes and 49 seconds, at some point, Vince approached my friend and bent down, muttering something. She later recounted, shaken, that he had told her about a personal secret from her past that no one could have possibly known. She fled our room almost immediately afterward, leaving me alone with Vince's unsettling stare. When I confronted him, my voice wavered and my palms were slick with sweat. 1 hour 30 minutes and 13 seconds, he gave a chilling half-smile and replied in a voice that didn't sound like his own, although I can't recall the exact words. The gist was that he claimed to know everything about everyone on campus, from the trivial to the catastrophic. He said I didn't want to discover what he knew about me. The tone was calm but dripping with menace, and I felt the blood drain from my face as my knees nearly buckled. From that moment, it got worse. He began predicting tragedies. Small events at first. One night he left me a note scrawled in shaky script, saying that a certain student would suffer an accident in the chemistry lab. I dismissed it, but 2 days later that accident happened, just as Vince had described. No one was killed, but it was serious enough to send the campus rumor mill into overdrive. Then he whispered new predictions. Dorm-wide blackouts, near-miss car collisions, breakups between couples who seemed rock solid. In every case, his prophecies came true. Each incident convinced me further that something unearthly was influencing him. Some nights, I woke to find him hunched over his desk, scribbling those same disturbing symbols in a thick notebook. The desk lamp threw flickering shadows across his face, highlighting his sunken cheeks. My entire body would tense, and my pulse thundered as I watched him, paralyzed by my own fear. My breathing would become shallow, and I could hear the rush of blood in my ears. The room felt colder, as if we'd been dropped into a subterranean pit. At times, he would slowly turn his head and stare at me with milky eyes, as though he no longer recognized me. My heart pounded so violently in my chest that I half expected to pass out. On one particularly harrowing evening, after returning from a late-night library session, I found the lights out. The faint moonlight revealed Vince standing in the middle of the room. His limbs were twisted, contorted in a way that defied reason. His arms extended backward, his shoulders pulled at unnatural angles, and his neck arched so far that his face was tilted straight toward the ceiling. I froze at the door, my brain screaming for me to run, but my legs felt locked in place. The silence was absolute, broken only by a ragged panting sound that I realized was coming from him. A surge of panic burst in my chest, and I tasted metal in my mouth. I wanted to scream, but couldn't. He made a noise that might have been a short laugh, except it was guttural, layered with strange harmonics. I recalled stepping backward, fumbling for the light switch with trembling fingers, only to have the overhead bulb buzz and die the instant I flipped it on. In the darkness, I could see Vince's silhouette jerk violently, almost like a puppet with tangled strings. The edges of my vision blurred and my stomach twisted with raw horror. Then, with no warning, he shifted back to a more human posture, still outlined by the pale moonlight. He spoke in a low murmur, each syllable stretched out as though multiple voices were speaking through him. The only distinct phrase I caught was something about the future unraveling and how he had a role to play in it. My teeth chattered and beads of cold sweat dripped down my temple. Trying to stay rational, I reached out to campus mental health services, explaining Vince's situation in vague terms. They believed he might be under extreme stress or experiencing a psychotic break. They advised me to encourage him to seek professional help. Yet, I knew deep down this wasn't a mere mental health crisis. There was something darker pulling the strings. Something malevolent, wearing my roommate's skin like a costume. That realization settled in my gut like a lump of ice. My nights became a series of quick jolts awake, chest pounding from nightmares I couldn't fully remember. I was constantly drenched in sweat. My appetite vanished, and I began to jump at the slightest sounds. A door closing down the hall, a branch scraping against the window. The constant feeling of being watched, even followed, sank deep into my consciousness. Sometimes it felt like eyes were on me. Even when I was alone in a bathroom stall or hidden in a quiet corner of the campus library. One day I locked eyes with my reflection in a mirrored hallway, and thought I saw someone else behind me, a shape that disappeared the moment I spun around. My breath came in gasps and I had to grip the edge of the sink to steady myself. When I confronted Vince about his predictions and the strange behavior, my voice shook so badly I could hardly get the words out. I asked him how he knew these things or if he needed serious help. He just smiled, a slow, unnerving spread of his lips, and said he had a direct line to knowledge that humans shouldn't possess. I remember the way my heart hammered against my rib cage and the sweat trickled down my spine at the sight of his expression. His eyes were entirely void of warmth, like two black pits threatening to swallow me. I felt an overwhelming urge to flee, but some dreadful curiosity kept me rooted in place. A dryness coated my throat, and I had to swallow several times just to keep from gagging. In the days that followed, I could see that Vince's body was deteriorating. His cheeks grew more sunken, and the symbols on his skin multiplied, now extending onto his legs and around his throat. He hardly ate, and yet paradoxically, he seemed energized by some internal force. He paced at odd hours, chanting under his breath. I could pick out bits of what sounded like ancient dialects or unholy incantations. My mind reeled at the thought that he was channeling something far beyond normal comprehension. The air around him crackled with tension, sending goosebumps racing along my arms whenever I got too close. One evening after returning from a group study session, I found the dorm in utter darkness. The hallway lights flickered so aggressively it looked like a scene from a strobe-lit nightmare. I felt nauseated, my stomach tightening into knots. The door to my room was ajar. Inside, a weak desk lamp provided the only source of illumination, creating warped shadows on the walls. Vince was sitting on the floor with his back against the bed, knees drawn up. His hoodie was off and I saw the full array of slashes and carvings across his torso. Some fresh, still bleeding, forming thick droplets that dripped onto the floor. The moment I stepped inside, the door slammed behind me as though a gust of wind had forced it shut. My heart felt like it would burst from my chest. As I stood there, uncertain whether to approach or run, he began to speak in that layered voice again. This time he addressed me directly, weaving a tapestry of secrets related to my past. He described things I had never told anyone, secrets I had locked away in the darkest corners of my memory. My jaw clenched in terror prickled over my scalp, gripping me in a suffocating hold. He said he'd gleaned these secrets from the entity within him, something older than time. My breath came in shallow gasps, and I realized tears had formed in my eyes. I wiped them away with shaky hands, feeling a cocktail of horror and disbelief. My own reflection in the mirror across the room seemed distorted, as though I too was slipping out of sync with reality. He pointed a finger at me, a slender, trembling finger caked with dried blood. Then, in a voice resembling a strangled choir, he revealed that the tragedies he predicted were mere amusements for whatever had taken hold of him. The real catastrophe was yet to come. A wave of dizziness crashed over me, and I gripped the back of my desk chair to steady myself. My heart was pounding so violently that my vision dimmed at the edges. Somehow, in that moment, a spark of resolve flared within me. I decided I had to do something. Without any clear plan, I reached for the notebook he had been filling with those symbols. My hand shook uncontrollably. It was as though invisible hands were tugging it away, making the air thick and oppressive. My lungs felt tight and beads of sweat rolled down my forehead as I clenched the notebook. I could almost feel it pulsing like it had a dark life of its own. Vince lunged at me, or rather the thing inside Vince did, its limbs jerking spasmodically. My instincts screamed at me to leave. In a sudden burst of adrenaline, I yanked open the door and bolted down the hallway. Flickering lights overhead intensified the sense that something chased me, though I never glanced back. My feet pounded the floor in a frenzied rhythm that matched my racing pulse. Every fiber of my being was on fire with terror. By the time I reached the building's entrance, I was drenched in sweat and gasping for breath like I had sprinted a marathon. Outside, the air was cold, and I nearly collapsed onto the concrete steps. I didn't return to my dorm that night. I wandered aimlessly through campus, eventually settling in a 24-hour study lounge where the fluorescent lighting felt sterile but safe. Strangely, I was never confronted by campus security or forced to leave. Maybe I looked deranged enough that everyone was afraid to approach me. My thoughts spiraled. I questioned my own sanity. Could I have hallucinated the entire ordeal? The shifting voices, the twisted limbs, those symbols etched in flesh. Was it possible I was imagining all of it? Yet the vividness of my fear and the memory of that vile voice told me it was horribly real. The next morning, I considered involving university authorities or the police. But how would I even begin to explain what was happening? That my roommate was possessed, or that he was something worse? I had no physical evidence besides the strange notebook, which now felt too dangerous to open. Ultimately, I decided not to return to that dorm room. I packed a bag with essentials from a friend's place and contacted the housing office to request an immediate room change under the pretense of an irreconcilable roommate conflict. As of now, I haven't seen Vince again. I've spotted him from a distance on campus a couple of times, still wearing that hoodie, still too thin, his eyes hidden in shadow. When our gazes nearly met one day across the courtyard, my stomach flipped and I ducked behind a pillar. I couldn't face whatever inhabited him. My pulse remained erratic until I was safely hidden in a crowded lecture hall. Even now, the memory of his contorted form and the echo of that layered voice haunt my dreams. I wake up drenched in sweat, heart pounding like an alarm bell, convinced he's lurking in the corner, ready to unearth more buried secrets. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I tried to help him. If there was some way to expel that entity before it fully consumed him. But the memory of his wicked smile and the horrifying predictions that came true are enough to drown any guilt I might have. Whatever is inside Vince, it was not meant to be trifled with. Occasionally, I catch myself second-guessing every shadow that moves too quickly at the corner of my vision. Paranoia gnaws at me, whispering that he'll find me again, that he knows the secrets I've struggled so hard to bury. I still have the notebook hidden at the bottom of my closet in my new dorm. The rational part of me wants to burn it, to destroy any remnant of that malevolent force. Yet, a twisted curiosity keeps me from following through. Sometimes late at night, I catch myself staring at the closet door, heart pounding, cold sweat gathering on my brow. I feel a pull toward that Hidden book, a lure so strong it makes my skin crawl. So far, I've resisted. But I'm not sure how long my resolve will hold. Even though I have escaped that room physically, a lingering dread hangs in the air around me. Every footstep in a lonely corridor sets my nerves aflame. Every distant flicker of light makes me jump. I can't unsee the shapes Vince twisted himself into. Nor can I unhear that multiplicity of voices. Although I physically distanced myself, I sense that this chapter of my life isn't truly over. A new terror has lodged itself in my consciousness, pulsating like a cyst, ready to burst. And the worst part is knowing that no matter how many locks I secure or how many lights I leave on, what's really haunting me now is far more intimate and inescapable than a mere roommate. It resides in my memories and in the darkest corners of my mind, waiting for me to let my guard down, waiting for me to open that notebook and read what I've never dared to read. I live with the constant suspicion that knowledge itself, the secrets he whispered, the secrets I tried to hide, has become a gateway, and it might already be too late to close it. Story 7. I still remember the moment my eyes landed on that first distorted shape. It was late at night, and the cramped hallway of my apartment felt colder than usual. The air had a heaviness to it, an almost tangible suffocating pressure that weighed on my chest. My heart kicked violently against my ribs the second I noticed something off in the corner of my vision. A dark silhouette that seemed to sway, although there was no breeze. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or a result of my fatigue. But deep down, I knew something far stranger was unfolding around me. Something I couldn't rationalize. I'd moved into this apartment only a few weeks earlier, hoping for a fresh start after a messy breakup. The building itself was old with narrow corridors and flickering overhead bulbs that never seemed to stay lit for more than a few days. The walls were thin, so I would hear neighbors rummaging around at odd hours, footsteps echoing through the halls at night. Initially, I chalked up my sense of unease to unfamiliar surroundings. Every new place takes time to feel like home. Yet, no amount of rational thought could shake the primal dread that clung to me. The first few days, I didn't notice anything overtly supernatural. I was just anxious. My sleeping patterns were erratic, and I'd wake up gasping for air, feeling as if someone had just been leaning over me. I'd put it down to nightmares, plain stress. The trouble began in earnest on the 10th night in that apartment. I was in bed, half awake, drifting in and out of uneasy sleep when I felt a presence. I couldn't see it, but every cell in my body sensed it. There was a pressure, like an invisible weight settling next to me. And my skin prickled. I forced my eyes open, heart thundering. Nothing. There was only the faint outline of furniture cast by the glow from the street outside. Yet the tension in the air remained, so thick I felt I could slice it with a knife if I had the nerve to move my arm. The next morning, I noticed something peculiar. The coat rack in the hall, which I had left facing the door, was turned completely in the opposite direction. My first instinct was to blame my own forgetfulness, though that explanation didn't entirely sit right. I had a vague memory of hearing faint creaks during the night, like something being dragged across the floor, but it could have been a dream. Still, I walked away uneasy, trying to shrug it off. A few days passed with little more than fleeting moments of dread. But whenever I turned off the lights, I could sense movement in the shadows. Sometimes I caught it only when I blinked. A slow shuffle, a silhouette that would freeze as soon as my eyes snapped open. It got to the point where I started leaving certain lights on at all hours just to keep the darkness at bay. My electricity bill soared, but the expense felt like a small price to pay for some semblance of peace. Then I began to see two distinct figures, One seemed almost humanoid, though utterly black, as if made of pure void. No facial features. No details of clothing, just a jagged, inky outline that would ooze into corners and vanish whenever I tried to look directly at it. The other was more unsettling in its definition. Its shape bore the suggestion of a tall figure in outdated formal attire, like an old-fashioned tuxedo with coattails. I could even make out, when the light caught it just right, what seemed like a top hat resting on an elongated head. The form was grainy, flickering, always seen at the edges of my vision. Yet, it was undeniably there, moving in unnatural ways against the direction of the light itself. Those first sightings rattled me, made me question my sanity. I considered calling a friend or a professional, maybe checking in with a therapist. But each day, I convinced myself I was just tired. That these were illusions created by stress. I trudged through work with a pounding headache. My nerves frayed. The constant sense of being watched lingered throughout the day. It became difficult to focus on anything but that itch in the back of my brain warning me that someone or something was in the apartment with me. The most unnerving moment came on a Sunday afternoon when I decided to take some pictures of my new place. I wanted to show my family that I was adjusting, try to capture the charm of the old architecture. Must leave. Can't escape. They watch tonight. These words had become a haunting mantra, seeping into my mind with every passing hour. Each new recording on my phone sent my pulse into overdrive, the faint whispering in the background like an ominous lullaby, too soft to decipher but too clear to ignore. The voice. It wasn't quite mine, yet it had the same weight, the same tone. Every utterance felt like an invasion, as though I were both the speaker and the listener, an unwilling participant in a conversation that wasn't meant for me. I could feel the panic rising in my chest. The urge to break my phone, to destroy whatever evil had taken root inside it, was overpowering. But something kept me tethered to it. I needed to understand, I told myself. I had to know what was happening. Was I losing my mind? The next few nights became a blur of fractured sleep and escalating terror. Strange noises punctuated the silence of my apartment. Distant knocks on the walls that seemed too deliberate. The scraping sound of something dragging across the floor. And a sudden drop in temperature that left me shivering under layers of blankets. The chill cut through me like an ice-cold blade. An unnatural cold that seemed to come from nowhere. But what truly unnerved me were the moments between wakefulness and sleep. Those hazy, blurred hours when my body felt too heavy to move, yet someone was beside me. The mattress would dip beneath an unseen weight. Like someone was climbing into bed with me. The panic would hit me first. Sharp and immediate, as adrenaline flooded my veins. My body would freeze, caught in a paralysis that made every breath feel like an eternity. I could hear nothing but my own heartbeat, racing and echoing in the hollow quiet of the room. In those moments, I felt I was no longer alone, but I couldn't move. My limbs were stone, as though they belonged to someone else. The only thing I could do was lie there, paralyzed by fear. As the shadows hovered, just out of reach. 1 hour 53 minutes and 19 seconds, desperate to fight back. I began to change everything. I rearranged my apartment, moving furniture, hoping to eliminate any hiding places for the shadows I knew were lurking. I replaced my thin curtains with thick blackout ones, hoping that blocking out the flickering streetlights would lessen the illusion, would somehow make it all stop. But the more I fought, the worse it became. The shadows, they grew bolder. They were no longer just whispers in the corner of my vision, they began to leave messages. Random household items, pens, cups, even forks, would be arranged in cryptic patterns on the table, spelling out a single word: leave. The letters were always uneven, hastily written as though by an unsteady hand. Every time I saw these messages, my heart would freeze. The sense of dread would wash over me like a wave, and I would have to sit down, gripping the edge of a chair to steady myself. My appetite started to vanish. Food became a chore, a struggle. My stomach was constantly in knots, twisted by an unknown force that I couldn't escape. My boss, noticing the drastic change in my appearance, mentioned that I looked like I hadn't slept in days. The words cut through me like glass. I knew I hadn't. But how could I explain the truth? How could I tell him that the nights were filled with shadowy figures, whispers, and a growing sense of someone waiting just behind me? I told him that someone might be breaking into my apartment, though I wasn't sure. How could I explain the shadows, the messages, the bruises on my neck that appeared out of nowhere? He urged me to go to the police. But what would I say? That shadows were watching me? That an unknown presence had somehow taken hold of me? It all sounded insane, even to my own ears. So, I decided to do what anyone would do. I brought a friend over. Maybe if someone else saw it, they could tell me I wasn't losing my mind. He came over casually, like any other visit, and I tried to act normal. But I couldn't. My nerves were on edge, my body trembling with anticipation. I tried to keep the conversation light, but my words were all over the place. My eyes darted around the room, scanning the shadows. And that's when it happened. The overhead light flickered, erratic and violent, as though something invisible held them shut. We tried shouting. My friend looked up, his face shifting from confusion to concern. The room felt colder. He glanced over my shoulder and his eyes widened. The bulb popped with a sharp crack, plunging us into darkness. I rushed to replace the bulb, my fingers trembling as I fumbled for a new one. When the light came back on, the oppressive presence I had felt was gone. But the tension in the room remained. My friend said nothing about what he had seen, but I could feel it, the shift in the air, the change in his expression. I didn't ask, but I knew. He had seen it too. The atmosphere in the room thickens as the protagonist grapples with the unsettling presence and their own growing terror. The narrative builds suspense as the protagonist continues to fight against the supernatural forces creeping into their life. The figure in the shadows is never fully explained but remains a haunting presence, feeding on fear and pushing the protagonist to the brink of their sanity. As the story develops, we move from unexplained noises to tangible threats, keeping the audience engaged with a constant sense of unease and mounting dread. The feeling of paranoia, the inability to trust even one's own senses, leaves the audience captivated, pushing them to continue watching, hoping to uncover the truth behind the terror that has taken root in the protagonist's life. Must leave. Can't escape. They watch tonight. These words echoed through my mind, cold and oppressive, like a warning I couldn't ignore. The recordings grew more disturbing, each one laced with a faint whispering, soft at first, but then louder, clearer. As though I were eavesdropping on a conversation I was both part of and a prisoner to. It felt like someone, or something, was talking through me, using my voice, twisting it into a nightmarish chant. I tried to fight it, to dismiss the terror that clung to me. But the urge to destroy the phone, to silence those voices that were neither fully mine nor fully real, was overwhelming. It wasn't just fear anymore. It was confusion, desperation, a descent into madness. I couldn't trust my own mind. The sense of reality, what I thought I knew, began to splinter. The next few nights became a blur of restless sleep, punctuated by eerie noises that seemed to come from nowhere. A knock on the walls, soft at first, like a knock from the inside. Then came the scrape of furniture moving in the dark. A chill swept through the room, making my breath catch in my throat. Despite being bundled in blankets. It's just the house settling, I told myself. But even as I whispered it, I knew that wasn't true. Something was here. Something watching. Something waiting. In a desperate attempt to regain some control, I rearranged the apartment, moving the furniture and trying to eliminate any place where shadows might hide. I replaced my thin curtains with heavy blackout ones, hoping to block out the flickering streetlights. I thought perhaps the moving beams were distorting my perception. But no matter what I did, nothing changed. In fact, the activity intensified. I began finding new messages written in objects, forks, pens. A glass turned upside down, arranged in patterns I couldn't comprehend. The word leave appeared on my kitchen table, written in shaky letters. My stomach twisted. I froze, too terrified to move. My hand shook so violently I nearly dropped my phone. As the nights wore on, I could feel myself slipping away. My appetite vanished. Every bite felt like a betrayal, every meal a reminder that I couldn't escape. What was lurking just beyond the walls? My boss commented on my haggard appearance, asking if I was okay. He remarked that it looked like I hadn't slept in days, which, unfortunately, was true. I muttered something about stress and sleepless nights, but the truth lingered heavily on my tongue, suffocating me. He urged me to go to the police, but what could I possibly say to them? That shadows were following me? That cryptic messages appeared in my apartment at random? It all sounded insane even to my own ears. I rationalized that I had no solid proof, only fleeting shadows and strange sounds. But the terror that clung to me was undeniable. Desperate for confirmation, I invited a friend over. Maybe, just maybe, if someone else saw it, they would validate the horrors I had experienced. The visit was casual enough. We talked mostly about trivial things, but I could sense something else. An oppressive presence in the room. My friend glanced around nervously, his eyes darting to the corners of the room. Suddenly, the overhead light flickered violently. My friend mentioned feeling a draft, a coldness that made his skin prickle. And then, just as quickly as it had started, the light exploded with a sharp pop. We jumped, our hearts racing. I tried to replace the bulb, my hands trembling, but when I flicked the light back on, the presence he'd seen behind me, the thing that had been lurking in the dark, was gone. He didn't say anything about it when we left, but I could feel it in the air, a shift. I wasn't crazy. He had seen it too. He didn't need to say the words. That night, I resolved to gather proof. I needed something, anything, to confirm that this was real. I set up my phone, positioned it just right to record while I slept, hoping to capture evidence of whatever was haunting me. As I lay down, I kept my eyes fixed on the camera, waiting for something to happen. The room felt suffocating, the air thick with tension. I tried to sleep, but the terror kept me awake, my heart pounding in my chest. Eventually, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, haunted by nightmares of the faceless shadow hovering at the foot of my bed, and the tall figure informal attire standing silently in the corner, its eyes hollow, its lips whispering my name in a voice that sounded like dry leaves scraping across the pavement. I woke up several times, drenched in sweat, my breath coming in shallow gasps. Each time, the room was still, silent, empty. But then, as the camera played back the footage, my heart stopped. On the recording, a dark shape loomed at the foot of my bed, its silhouette flickering in and out of focus, just like the figure in my dreams. It leaned closer to the camera, and for a brief moment, the shadows seemed to smile. The darkness was no longer confined to the corners. It was in the air. in my bed, everywhere. And I knew, deep down, that whatever this was, it was not something I could control. It was feeding on my fear. The morning light felt colder than usual. But I forced myself to re-watch the footage. I braced myself, my heart pounding as I clicked play. Most of it was just the sound of me tossing and turning in my sleep, but at around 3 a.m. something caught my eye. The screen flickered, and in the dim light, a tall, grainy silhouette began to form near the foot of my bed. The figure was impossibly thin, as though it were composed of swirling, shadowy smoke. It had no distinct features, but its form was jagged, unnatural. The shape bent forward, its elongated arms reaching out toward me, as if drawn by an invisible force. My breath caught in my throat. And then, static. The screen turned into a mess of flickering pixels, distorting the image beyond recognition. When the screen finally cleared, the figure was gone. But I was still there, frozen in my bed, my mouth slightly open, and my shallow breaths rising and falling in the quiet darkness. My pulse raced as I stared at the empty space, my mind struggling to make sense of what I just witnessed. That was it. I couldn't stay another night in this apartment. I didn't care about the deposit, didn't care about anything except getting out. The walls felt too close, the shadows too suffocating. As I started packing my things, the air seemed to thicken. I paused in front of my turned-off TV, my breath catching in my throat. The reflection of my apartment in the darkened screen was wrong. I saw them. The two shadows. They were standing just behind me. My heart pounded so hard it nearly hurt. I could feel the cold sweat trickling down my spine, my hands trembling violently. They didn't move, but I knew they were there, watching. The formal figure, with its top hat, leaned forward, the eerie tilt of its head making me feel like it was studying me. The featureless black silhouette trembled, vibrating with an energy I couldn't quite explain. It felt as though the very air around me was charged with an unsettling force. With a surge of adrenaline, I spun around, my breath quick and shallow. The shadows vanished. The room was silent once again. But the absence of sound made my ears ring. The presence remained, lingering in the corners of my mind. Panic swelled in my chest, and I did the only thing I could think of. I recorded a quick video for myself, my voice shaking as I spoke to the camera. I needed proof. Proof that what I was experiencing was real, that I wasn't losing my mind. The shadows, the cryptic messages, the bruises. I spoke quickly, my words choked with emotion, the tears threatening to spill as I realized how deeply trapped I had become in my own fear. After I finished, I grabbed my bag and stumbled down the hallway, my body numb from the dread that clung to me. The night air hit me like a slap, but I didn't stop. I left everything behind. My apartment, my belongings. I had no intention of ever returning. I hired movers to clear out the rest of my things. They said nothing unusual happened while they were there, though one of them mentioned the apartment had bad vibes. But the unsettling feeling never left. Even now, every time I close my eyes, I can feel those shadows waiting for me, lingering just beyond the edge of my vision. I sometimes glance at a shadow, even one as innocent as a corner in my room, and feel that same cold terror seep into my bones. I still hear whispers in my mind sometimes, muffled and indistinct, reminding me of the things I can never unsee. I wonder if those figures were real or if they were a manifestation of my own unraveling mind. But regardless of the truth, I know that those shadows followed me from that apartment into every corner of my life. Every so often, I'll check my phone, half expecting to find more recordings, new messages. Perhaps warnings or whispered threats. Every time I hear the faintest sound in the dark, my pulse races, and I know, deep down, that I haven't fully escaped. No matter how far I run, there are things that follow, things that wait. I try to reassure myself that I'm free. But I can't shake the feeling that escape isn't always about leaving a place. Sometimes, the things we fear most follow us. And they never truly let go. The air in my home office was thicker than usual as I opened the door. A pressing stillness filling the room. It was almost as though the very atmosphere had shifted, holding its breath. The faint hum of my computer sounded muffled, as if the room itself had become quieter, denser. Something had changed. The oppressive silence clung to my skin like a weight. My heartbeat quickened, the familiar tension crawling up my spine. I moved further into the room, my eyes scanning for anything unusual. That's when I noticed the symbols, faint but unmistakable, etched into the dust on the floorboards. At first, they were barely visible. Just slight indentations in the dust, a mark left behind by something unseen. But as I bent closer, the symbols seemed to darken, becoming more defined. They weren't just random scratches, they were deliberate. There were patterns. And as my eyes followed the marks, I felt the distinct sensation of being watched. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I wanted to dismiss it, to convince myself that it was simply the dust, but I couldn't shake the nagging feeling that something or someone was present. My fingers brushed against the symbols as if drawn to them, and for a moment, I thought I could feel a pulse, a rhythmic thrum vibrating from beneath the floorboards. That was when the quiet broke. A sharp scrape echoed through the room, followed by a sound like soft whispers in the corners. I froze, unable to move, my breath catching in my throat. The light overhead flickered, casting brief, jerky shadows across the walls. My head spun, trying to piece together what was real and what was my imagination playing tricks on me. But then, in the dim haze of that flickering light, I saw it. The shadow again. It moved along the edge of the room. Just out of sight, but I knew it was there. I wasn't imagining it this time. It was real. My pulse thundered in my ears, and I could feel the cold press of fear closing in. I had to get out, to escape whatever this was before it consumed me entirely. But as I turned to leave, the door slammed shut with a force that rattled the walls. I was trapped. And whatever had followed me here wasn't done yet. I reached for my phone, my hands shaking. But as I looked at the screen, I realized it was too late. The recordings I thought I had deleted, the messages, the whispers. They were all here, waiting for me to open them. I lay still, straining to hear through the oppressive silence. The sound was faint, but unmistakable, a soft scraping, like something moving across the floor. Inching closer with deliberate intent. My heart began to pound again. The rhythmic thumping in my chest drowning out every other noise. I reached for my phone, trying to steady my shaking hands. But it slipped from my fingers as the scraping grew louder. The door was still closed, yet the sensation of being watched was undeniable. I got up, my feet unsteady on the floor as I approached the door. The sound was now louder, more insistent, as if something or someone was inching toward me. My hand hovered over the doorknob. But before I could turn it, the scraping stopped. Dead silence. Then, without warning, the door rattled as though someone had slammed into it. From the other side. I gasped, stumbling back, my breath catching in my throat. The weight of the room shifted, and the air grew heavier. Almost thick with tension. I could feel it closing in around me, pressing against my chest. A cold, unnatural chill swept over the room. I looked down at my hands, they were shaking violently now. the sweat on my skin making them slick as I tried to hold my phone again. But the screen flickered, momentarily going black before it returned to normal. Just like the files on my computer. The distorted images, the shapes. Was it all connected? Was I going insane? I felt a compulsion to open the door, to confront whatever was on the other side, but a strange dread rooted me to the spot. My mind screamed at me to leave, to run far away from this house and its cursed, shifting shadows. But when I turned to reach for my bag, the lights flickered again, casting shadows that seemed to writhe on the walls. I froze. In the corner of the room, where the dark met the edge of the light, I saw it. A shadow, thin and serpentine, twisted into view. It was like the figure I had seen before in my work, but more defined now. More real. The figure was no longer just a distortion on the edge of my vision. It was here, in front of me, swaying with an eerie, unnatural motion. I could see its jagged outline more clearly now, its elongated limbs moving in ways that felt wrong, too wrong. The figure seemed to step forward, inching closer, its dark form swelling with unnatural energy. It didn't have eyes, not in the way that humans do. But I could feel its presence, looming just beyond my shoulder. It was waiting. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. The air thickened with an ominous hum. An ancient vibration that I could feel deep in my bones. The space around me felt like it was folding in on itself, warping. And I realized that what I was seeing was not just some twisted shadow. It was something far older, far darker. My mind raced. But I couldn't think straight. The figure was close now, too close. The air crackled with static, like something was about to snap. Then, the figure spoke. It wasn't a voice I could understand, just low, guttural sounds layered over each other. The whispers wrapped around me, filling my mind with images I couldn't place, memories of places I'd never been. The room spun, my body threatening to collapse from the weight of it all. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and suddenly, leave. The air seemed to pulse with the force of it. I staggered back, my heart racing as I realized that the warning wasn't meant for me, it was a command. But it was too late. The shadows were already closing in, filling every corner of the room, and the door slammed shut on its own. Trapped. My mind screamed for escape, but the shadows seemed to ripple, expanding like a dark cloud. My phone buzzed in my pocket. But I couldn't bring myself to look at it. I knew it was pointless. There was no escape, no help. The shadows didn't just want me gone. They wanted something else. Something deeper. It was then that I realized. This wasn't just some haunting or strange series of events. This had been following me for longer than I knew, slipping into the cracks of my reality like poison, infecting everything I did. The designs. The nightmares. The symbols on my floor, growing more intricate, more alive. My work, my mind, everything was being twisted by this force. Like a puppet pulled by strings. My body trembled with the realization. What if the shadows were always here? What if they had been in my designs? In my mind, in the words whispered in the dark, feeding on the fear they had cultivated? The thought made me dizzy. I looked at the symbols on the floor. Again. They weren't just random. They were a map, a pathway. A ritual of some kind. A ritual I had unwittingly started. I had to finish what I started. I had to stop them. But how? How could I fight what was beyond human understanding? What was this force that had entwined itself into my life, into my soul? The whispers continued, louder now, filling every inch of the room. Vibrating through the walls. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. I could only feel. And then the darkness spoke again. This time, it was no longer a whisper. It was a voice. A low, seething voice that filled my chest with ice. You are ours. The shadows moved faster, engulfing me, and I knew that this was no longer a matter of escaping my apartment. This was something far deeper. Something that would follow me, no matter where I went. And I realized then, with a sickening certainty, that the shadows weren't just watching, they were waiting for me to open the door to the darkness. And it was too late to close it again. I tried to rationalize it all. Late nights, stress from work, isolation. But deep down, I knew something far more sinister was at play. The symbols. Those marks that were seemingly imprinted into my environment weren't just random scribbles. They felt deliberate. They felt alive. The weight of their presence pressed down on me like a suffocating force, each night amplifying the terror that clung to me like a shadow I couldn't escape. One evening, as I sat staring at my computer screen, I felt it again. That subtle prickling sensation at the back of my neck. The air seemed to grow heavier, suffocating in its stillness. My fingers hovered over the keyboard as I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, an unnatural shifting in the room. Slowly, with a deep sense of dread, I turned my head. The shadows in the room had thickened, pooling in the corners like ink spilling from the walls. And there, right in the middle of the floor, was one of the symbols. Only this time, it was glowing faintly. A soft, pulsing light emanated from the intricate, looping design, and I swear, for a brief moment, I saw it shift. Just a flicker, like it was trying to change its form, adapting to something alive. My heart pounded harder as I reached for my phone, trying to document what I saw. But before I could focus the camera, the symbol vanished. Just like that. A chill ran through me, an icy fear crawling up my spine. My phone's screen flickered. And in that brief moment of distortion, a voice, low, guttural, whispered from the depths of my device. You can't escape. I dropped my phone in shock, heart racing, as the weight of those words seemed to linger in the air, suffocating me. The room was suddenly far colder, the shadows seeming to stretch and twist like sentient creatures waiting to pounce. I wanted to run. I wanted to leave the apartment, to never come back. But something stopped me. A cold, gnawing fear kept me rooted to the spot. I turned back to my desk, desperate to push through the growing panic. But the screen had changed. The designs I had been working on, the very ones I had altered for clients, were now distorted beyond recognition. Faces contorted in agony stared back at me from the computer monitor, their eyes following my every movement. It was as if the very images I had created had come alive, now mocking me, imprisoning me in this twisted reality. I felt a sharp pain in my chest, a tightness that took my breath away. Each image on the screen seemed to pulse with a life of its own, growing more grotesque by the second. I couldn't escape it. The lines on the screen seemed to reach out, clawing at my sanity, pulling me deeper into their blackened abyss. Desperate for answers, I reached for the previous recordings, the ones that had haunted me with their cryptic murmurs. As the audio played, I felt a chill crawl under my skin. The voices were louder now, layered and distorted, echoing through my mind like a chant from another world. I recognized the pattern, the rhythm of the whispers, the way they seemed to beckon me. Come closer, find it. I couldn't deny it any longer. The shadows, the symbols, the whispers. They were all part of something larger. Something far darker. I had been pulled into a world I couldn't understand, and now it was pulling me deeper. There was no escape. The more I tried to resist, the stronger the force became. It felt like the apartment itself was alive, its walls closing in on me, suffocating me with their dark energy. I began to see things, flashes of movement in the corners of my vision. Faces twisted in torment, their mouths open in silent screams. The air around me vibrated with an energy that made my teeth ache. Then, in the dead of night, something even worse happened. I woke to the sound of my computer whirring to life. Its screen glowing brightly in the darkness. I had shut it off before I went to bed. Confused, I stumbled toward it, only to find the same symbols. More intricate, more terrifying than before, taking over the screen. They weren't just designs anymore. They were alive. As I stared at the screen, I heard the voice again, louder this time. Cutting through the silence of the night. You are not the creator. You are the vessel. Panic surged through me. The room spun, and I stumbled back, feeling dizzy. My vision blurred, and for a moment, I thought I might pass out. But then the room went silent, eerily silent. Save for the pounding of my heart. The symbols had stopped moving, and the shadows no longer seemed to shift. For a brief moment, I thought I had somehow escaped. But I knew I hadn't. Not really. Something had changed, something inside of me. The symbols, the voices, the shadows, they had all burrowed too deep, and now, they were part of me. And as I stood there, frozen in terror, I understood that this wasn't just a haunting. It was a possession. And there was no escape from it. I froze, staring at the torn paper fragments on the floor. As though they were mocking me. The symbols, even in their shattered form, seemed to pulse with an energy I couldn't explain. My mind raced. But it was like my thoughts had become clouded, as if something was actively blurring my ability to think clearly. The eerie silence of the room pressed down on me like an invisible weight. My hand trembled as I reached down to collect the scraps, but as I touched them, I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my fingers. It was like a cold, burning sensation had lanced through my skin. I yanked my hand back, instinctively sucking in a breath. The sensation lingered for a few seconds, like a phantom burn, before it faded into nothing. I shook my head, trying to dismiss the feeling. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe it was all in my mind. But when I looked up, I saw it, the same blackened silhouette that had haunted my designs, now standing at the threshold of the living room. It was a fleeting glimpse, but there was no mistaking the tall, thin figure. Its presence as chilling as it had ever been. The flicker of movement was enough to make my heart race. I turned quickly, telling myself I must have imagined it. But deep down, I knew I hadn't. Panic surged through me. I rushed to the window, expecting to find a logical explanation. Someone standing outside, a trick of the light, anything. But there was nothing. Just the desolate emptiness of the street, the flickering of streetlights, casting long, jagged shadows across the pavement. I closed the blinds and sat down, trying to steady my breathing. My fingers were still shaking. It wasn't until later that night, as I lay in bed, that the true horror of the situation began to take hold. The distorted sounds, the low whispers, began to seep back into my mind. At first, they were faint. Just background noises, like the remnants of a dream. But then they grew louder. The whispers weren't just whispers anymore. They were clear, direct, chilling. You should never have tried to escape, the voice hissed. The words dragging like fingernails on a chalkboard. You cannot outrun what has chosen you. I shot upright in bed, heart hammering. The room was completely still. I could hear nothing. But the air itself seemed to vibrate with a low hum, a deep, resonant frequency that shook me to the core. It wasn't the sound that disturbed me the most, it was the presence that seemed to envelop me, pushing against my chest with such force that I could barely breathe. I turned on every light in the room, trying to banish the darkness. The harsh glow of the bulb seemed to make the shadows worse, deepening the corners, stretching them into grotesque shapes. I couldn't tell where the shadows began or ended. It felt as though the entire room was shifting, like the walls were folding in on themselves. The space becoming smaller, more claustrophobic with each passing second. That's when I noticed it, a slight movement in the corner of the room. Barely visible at first, but undeniable once my eyes locked onto it. The shape was small at first, almost unnoticeable, but it grew as I watched. It wasn't just a shadow. It was something else, something that shouldn't be. A faceless figure, now taking shape in the dim light. It slithered toward me with a deliberate, unnerving crawl. My pulse raced as I backed away slowly, but the more I tried to retreat, the closer it seemed to get. I couldn't take my eyes off it. The shape wavered, like smoke swirling in and out of focus. But it was undeniably there. The faintest outline of a hand stretched out toward me, fingers elongating impossibly, as if reaching for something deep inside me. The air grew thick, heavy, suffocating. I could hear my heartbeat echoing in my ears, drowning out everything else. I turned and bolted out of the room, crashing through the hallway and into the front door, fumbling with the locks in a panic. I had to get out. I had to leave. But when I stepped out onto the street, the night air felt just as oppressive. The city lights blurred into a haze, and for the first time, I realized that something had followed me. I could feel it behind me, like an invisible weight pressing against my back. My stomach twisted with dread, and I broke into a full sprint. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't care. I just needed to get away. The city was empty, silent. But I still felt its eyes on me. I glanced over my shoulder, expecting to see that same shadow, but there was nothing. Yet, I could still hear it, that constant whispering in my mind, echoing the same chilling words, "You can never escape." And as I ran, I realized that it wasn't just the apartment that was haunted. It was me. Whatever had entered my life had marked me. And no matter where I went, it would always be there, lurking just beyond my reach. I tried to shake off the unsettling feeling that gripped me, but as the creaking continued, I realized something wasn't right. It wasn't just the gate. There was a presence now, looming in the shadows, as if waiting for me to acknowledge its existence. My gaze kept darting toward the gate, drawn by a force I couldn't explain. Every time I tried to look away, it seemed to grow louder, more insistent, as if it were trying to pull me into the night. Slowly, I walked toward the window, the house feeling heavier with every step. The air was thick, charged with an energy that made my skin prickle. As I peered out, my breath caught in my throat. The gate wasn't just moving. It was shaking violently. It rattled like an old skeleton, its iron frame creaking as though it was fighting to break free from something unseen, something powerful. My mind raced. The gate had been perfectly still for years. There was no logical reason for it to be moving now. I ran through all the possible explanations: wind, a loose screw, maybe something from the past catching up with me. But nothing fit. Nothing explained the strange energy in the air, the pull that seemed to drag me back toward the gate. I couldn't help it. I had to know what was out there. I grabbed my coat and went outside. The night was colder than it should have been. The air was thick with fog, so dense it felt like the world had been swallowed up in a gray blanket. The silence was oppressive, too heavy to bear. Every footstep echoed in the stillness, each one more deliberate than the last. The gate was now barely moving, but its low groan still reverberated through the air, filling the space between my heartbeats. I reached the gate, standing in front of it, my fingers brushing the cold, rusted iron. My breath was shallow, and for the first time, I felt like I wasn't alone. It was as if the very ground beneath my feet was alive, shifting, waiting. The gate swayed again, this time slower, almost deliberate. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, the pulse quickening as I stepped closer. And then I saw it. A shape, dark and formless, just beyond the gate. I blinked, but it didn't disappear. It didn't move either. It was just there, staring at me. There was no face, no eyes, no body. It was more like a shadow that had grown too large for its container, spilling out of the darkness and into the light of the yard. My hand instinctively reached for the gate, but the moment I touched it, a sharp jolt of energy coursed through me, like static electricity but more intense. It felt as if the gate was pulling something from me, siphoning my strength. My legs buckled, and I stumbled backward, nearly falling into the fog. Panic set in. I couldn't move. My body refused to respond, paralyzed by the presence that now seemed to stretch toward me, hungry and searching. I felt a whisper in the air. Not from my own mind, but from something far darker. It was like an invitation, an almost polite request for me to step closer, to come and see. I could hear my breath, quick and shallow, as my vision blurred. The more I tried to focus, the more the world around me seemed to bend, warping and twisting like reflections in a distorted mirror. And then, like a tide pulling back, everything stopped. The gate stilled. The air lightened, and I was able to move again, but the fear of God, the fear, lingered in my chest. I didn't dare to turn my back on the gate as I slowly backed away, my legs trembling beneath me. When I finally turned and ran back toward the house, the sound of my feet hitting the ground felt like the only thing that existed in the world. The gate, the figure, the coldness. It all stayed behind, a memory just out of reach but never truly gone. Inside, I locked the door and leaned against it, trying to steady my breath. My pulse was still racing, my skin cold and clammy. I knew deep down that I hadn't imagined what I'd seen. Whatever was behind that gate, whatever had been calling to me, wasn't human. It wasn't a malfunction or a bad dream. It was something old, something patient. Something that had been waiting for me to step too close. The next few days felt like a fog. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, just outside my line of sight. I avoided the gate. I avoided the yard. But it didn't matter. The thing that had found me in the night had followed me into my home, and it was growing closer. Every time I glanced at the gate, I saw a shadow just beyond it, always waiting. Always still. And I knew no matter what I did, it wasn't going to stop until it had me. I told myself it was all just a coincidence. That I was simply being drawn into a strange series of events that had no real explanation. But deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it, something far beyond the realm of logic or reason. With each passing night, the gate's messages grew darker, more urgent. As if it was beckoning me towards something. Or someone. I pulled on a jacket and decided to drive to the address that had appeared on the latest sequence. The air felt heavier as I left the house. As if the night itself was watching me, waiting for me to take the first step. The drive felt unusually long, every street lamp casting long, twisted shadows across the road. The closer I got to the address, the more my heart pounded in my chest. I tried to ignore the rising anxiety creeping up my spine, but it was impossible. It was as if the gate had already laid a trap, and I was walking right into it. When I arrived, the area was deserted, shrouded in a thick fog that made the surroundings look like a dream or perhaps a nightmare. The street was lined with abandoned buildings, their windows dark and empty, like hollow eyes staring out at me. I had expected some kind of house or business, but instead, I found a crumbling warehouse at the very end of the street. The door was ajar, a thin sliver of darkness beyond. I stood frozen for a moment, heart hammering against my ribs. The wind howled through the gaps in the building, sending a shiver down my spine. The gate's message had been clear, come. But now that I was here, I hesitated. I wasn't just walking into an abandoned structure. I was walking into the unknown. Yet, I knew I had to go inside. Something in me was drawn to it, as though the pull was more than curiosity. It was destiny, or something far darker. I pushed the door open and stepped. Inside, the air thick with the musty scent of decay. The space inside was vast, empty except for old crates and abandoned machinery. The darkness swallowed up everything. The only sound was the faint echo of my own footsteps. I moved deeper into the warehouse, my flashlight trembling in my hands. The beam flickered as if the very air was resisting it. But it didn't matter. There was a presence here. I could feel it. And then I saw it. On the far wall, etched into the surface of the concrete, were the same symbols I had seen in my office, the ones that had appeared in the dust. They glowed faintly in the dim light, pulsating with a strange, unnatural energy. The walls seemed alive with them. A maze of shapes and lines that twisted and shifted as if they were constantly rearranging themselves. My breath hitched as I stepped closer, the air growing colder with each movement. I could hear something. Faint whispers, like a chant rising from the depths of the warehouse. It felt as though the symbols themselves were speaking, calling to me, beckoning me forward. I stumbled back, my pulse racing. But something kept me rooted to the spot. The whispering was louder now. More insistent, as if it was trying to tell me something. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the overwhelming sensation. But when I opened them, I saw a figure standing before me. It was the same shadowy shape I had seen near the gate. The one that had been creeping around my yard, watching me. The figure was more solid now, more defined, its eyes glowing with an unsettling light. It stood motionless, staring at me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. You came, the figure whispered, its voice a hollow, echoing sound. You were always meant to. My heart slammed in my chest as the realization hit. Me. The gate hadn't been malfunctioning. It hadn't been a random glitch. It had been trying to guide me here, to this very moment. I had been chosen, marked by something ancient, something that had been waiting for me to arrive. The figure stepped forward, and I felt the temperature drop. Even more. A coldness settled deep in my bones, and my breath turned to mist in front of me. It reached out, its hand stretching toward me with unnerving slowness. I wanted to scream, to run, but I was frozen in place, unable to tear my gaze away from the shadow. You will carry the symbols. The figure continued, its voice rising in intensity. They are not just designs, not just art. They are a doorway, a key. And you are the keeper. I couldn't process the words. I couldn't understand them. But as the figure's hand hovered just inches from mine, I felt an unbearable weight settle in my chest. The symbols, the gate, the strange occurrences, they were all part of something far greater than I could comprehend. I had opened a door I couldn't close. And now I was bound to whatever waited on the other side. The figure stepped back, vanishing into the darkness, leaving me standing in the cold, trembling. The whispers faded, and the warehouse returned to silence. But the weight of what I had just witnessed, what I had just become part of, remained. I left the warehouse without looking back, my mind reeling with the terror and the realization that I could never escape this. The gate had led me here, and the shadow had shown me what I had become. And no matter how far I ran, the symbols would always be with me, waiting to open new doors, new pathways, into the unknown. The sensation of being watched grew unbearable. Every corner of the house seemed to hide a secret. Every room felt alive with whispers of things beyond my understanding. The air itself seemed to grow heavier with each passing day, as if the presence from the gate had seeped into the very walls. It wasn't just the physical space that felt different. My perception of reality itself was warping. I could no longer tell where my thoughts ended and where the whispers began. Sometimes, as I sat in front of my desk, the air would grow thick with anticipation, as though something invisible held them shut. We tried shouting its presence. My thoughts felt foreign, as if they weren't my own. My sketches, once simple, creative outlets, now looked like something else entirely. They morphed into eerie renditions of unknown places, landscapes that defied the logic of Earth's geometry. Figures moved within them, figures that weren't quite human. I started to notice the symbols in my sketches more frequently, their twisted forms creeping into my subconscious. At night, I would wake in a cold sweat, my hands trembling as I reached for the notepad beside my bed. I couldn't stop drawing, as if something else had taken control of my hand. The drawings were no longer mine. Each time I reached for the pen, my fingers would contort involuntarily, sketching the same disturbing symbols over and over again. But it wasn't just the drawings. The house itself seemed to be resonating with the same dark energy. Doors creaked open in the dead of night, despite being locked. Objects on shelves would shift subtly, as if moved by unseen hands. I began to avoid certain areas of the house altogether, particularly the corners, where the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally. The air in those spaces felt dense, suffocating, as if something was waiting just beyond my sight. One evening, as I was pacing the living room, trying to shake the sense of impending doom, I heard something that made my blood run cold, a voice, low and distorted, echoing through the walls. It wasn't just a whisper, it was a presence, speaking directly to me. "You've opened the door," it said, its tone dark and hungry. "And now you must step through." The voice sent a jolt of pure fear through me. And for a split second, I was paralyzed with terror. My body felt heavy, as though it were being dragged by some invisible force. The room swirled before my eyes, the walls bending and twisting as if the space itself was being warped. I forced myself to snap out of the paralysis, grabbing onto the edge of the table to steady myself. I rushed to the door, desperate to leave, but the second I turned the handle, I felt a sharp tug, as if something was holding me back. The room seemed to pulse, vibrating with a dark energy that made my teeth ache. I yanked the door open, only to find the hallway beyond it different. The wallpaper was peeling in irregular patches, and the lights overhead flickered erratically. The floorboards groaned under my weight. But the hallway stretched farther than I remembered, as though the house was expanding. I stepped forward, my heart racing. But the moment I took a step, the walls seemed to close in around me. I looked back at the door, and it was gone. The space that had once been there, a simple corridor, had become something else entirely, a dark, shifting tunnel that stretched endlessly into the unknown. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and suddenly, promises. They beckoned me to keep moving forward, urging me to follow the path that had been set out for me. My legs moved on their own, carried by some force I couldn't control, pulling me deeper into the house that had now become a labyrinth. And then I saw it, at the far end of the tunnel. A figure stood. It was tall and impossibly thin, its form distorted by the dim light that flickered at its edges. Its face was a blur of shadows, but I could feel its eyes on me, studying me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I tried to scream, but no sound escaped my throat. My body was locked in place, my chest tight with fear. The figure took a step toward me, and the air around it thickened. The walls trembled, and I felt the very foundation of the house groan in. Protest, as if it were alive, rebelling against whatever had entered it. A deep, guttural laugh reverberated through the space, shaking my bones. "You can't escape," the figure said, its voice like a rasp, scraping against my ears. "This place is yours now." I knew then that I had made a grave mistake. By opening that gate, by allowing the symbols to etch their way into my life, I had invited something far darker than I could have ever imagined into my world. I had opened a doorway that should have remained closed, and now there was no turning back. As the figure stepped closer, its shape warping into a grotesque distortion of itself, I realized that the house was no longer just a house. It had become a prison, a living entity that had claimed me as its own. The walls were alive, the air was alive, and I was nothing more than a vessel for whatever had seeped through the veil. The last thing I remember was the figure's hand reaching out, its fingers elongated and dripping with something dark and viscous. The world around me shattered into darkness, and I was swallowed whole by the endless void. But the relief was short-lived. It was as though the calm had been a fragile veil, too thin to protect me from what was still lurking beneath the surface. Over the following nights, the strange occurrences intensified. The feeling of being watched returned with a vengeance, as if something was waiting just outside the reach of my senses. It wasn't just the gate anymore, it was the house itself. The walls seemed to hum with an energy I couldn't explain, vibrating at a frequency I could feel in my bones. I spent the next few days pacing around the house, constantly on edge. The unease never left me, settling like a heavy weight in my chest. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the physical exhaustion had caught up with me. Or perhaps I was still reeling from the events in the yard. But deep down, I knew something far stranger was unfolding around me. It was alive in a way I couldn't comprehend. One evening, I decided to spend the night in the living room, away from the office and the haunting sense of oppression that had settled there. I set up a temporary bed on the couch, but sleep evaded me. Every creak of the floorboards sent my pulse racing, and each passing minute felt like an eternity. I kept thinking back to the gear, to the machine buried in my backyard. It had been more than just a malfunctioning contraption. It was alive, and it had known exactly what to do. As the night wore on, I began to hear whispers again, distant, hollow voices that seemed to come from all directions. They were unintelligible, but their tone was unmistakable. It was like they were speaking directly to me, trying to convey something urgent, something I couldn't quite understand. I tried to drown out the sound, covering my ears, but it only grew louder, more insistent. That's when I saw it. From the corner of my eye, a shadow moved across the room, stretching unnaturally, its shape flickering in and out of existence. I turned toward it, but it was already gone. The air around me felt dense, oppressive, as if the very room was closing in. My heart raced, and my hands shook violently as I reached for the lamp beside the couch, flicking it on. The light illuminated the space, but the shadows remained. They clung to the walls, writhing like smoke, never fully dissipating. I could feel them, pressing in on me, just out of reach. It was as if they were aware of my every move, waiting for me to make a mistake. I tried to steady my breathing, but the terror was overwhelming. I needed answers. I couldn't ignore this any longer. I grabbed my phone and started searching for anything that could explain what was happening. My fingers trembled as I typed in search terms, strange symbols, haunted machines, gate malfunction, anything that might give me a clue. But as I scrolled through the results, my stomach churned. There was nothing. No rational explanation for what I had experienced. It was as though the world itself had stopped moving. Truth. That night, I couldn't sleep. I spent hours just lying there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the whispers that seemed to grow louder the longer I lay still. And then, as if on cue, the gate outside started rattling again. The familiar metallic groan cut through the stillness of the night, sending a jolt of fear straight to my heart. The sequence of clicks and clanks that followed felt deliberate, purposeful. Each movement seemed to spell out something, but this time, I couldn't make sense of it. My hand shook as I scribbled down the pattern. Dot, dash, dot, dash. It was Morse code, but the message it spelled was cryptic, nearly impossible to decipher. I sat there for what felt like hours, trying to crack the code, but it was as if the message was just beyond my grasp. As the gate's movements grew more frantic, I felt a surge of desperation. This wasn't a malfunction. This was a message. And it wasn't meant for anyone else but me. I had to know what it wanted. I had to understand the connection between the symbols, the machine, and the shadows. In the dead of night, I ventured back to the backyard, the chill of the air seeping into my bones. The ground beneath my feet felt unnaturally cold, as if the earth itself was resisting my presence. I stood in front of the metal contraption, staring at the strange markings etched into its surface. The air felt charged, vibrating with an energy that made my skin crawl. This time, I didn't hesitate. I reached for the machine, my fingers brushing against the engravings carved into its surface. I felt a shock run through me, as if the device had come alive, reacting to my touch. The world around me shifted again. Visions of swirling shapes, of landscapes that didn't belong to this world, flickered before my eyes. The ground beneath my feet seemed to warp and bend, as though I were standing on the edge of reality itself. I stumbled back, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. The machine was alive, and whatever force had been guiding it had been waiting for this moment. My body trembled as I tried to process what had just happened. The shadows were no longer just figments of my imagination. They were part of this, part of something much darker and more powerful than I had ever imagined. I had to break the cycle. But deep down, I knew it was too late. Whatever had been unleashed by that gate, by the machine, had already claimed me. I could feel it, the presence, lurking just behind me, just beyond the veil of reality. It had found its way in, and now it was only a matter of time before it took what it wanted. With trembling hands, I turned and walked back toward the house, each step heavier than the last. I couldn't escape. The machine, the gate, the shadows, they were all part of me now. And there was no way to undo what had been done. The only thing left was to wait and watch, as the darkness slowly crept in and took everything I once knew. The gate rattled one last time behind me, and I knew then, with a certainty that filled me with dread, that it was only a matter of time before the world I had once known disappeared forever. The shadows were watching. And this time, I wasn't sure I'd make it out alive. My friends seemed to sense it too, though none of us dared to voice our discomfort aloud. We continued down the hall, and I felt the floor creak beneath my weight, as if the building itself was alive, groaning under the strain of our intrusion. The air was thick with dust, but also something else, something metallic, acrid. The faintest scent of something decaying seemed to linger in every corner. It wasn't long before we reached a rusted set of elevators, the doors partially ajar. I could feel a wave of unease wash over me. The tension between my ribs was tight enough that I almost couldn't breathe. Against my better judgment, I suggested we go up to the upper floors. Maybe it was curiosity, maybe a need to prove myself brave. But something urged me to keep going. The others were hesitant but followed. We had nothing to lose, or so we thought. As we ascended, the elevator groaned and rattled as though protesting our presence. Each floor was darker than the last, the lights flickering on and off in rapid succession, casting eerie shadows along the walls. By the time we reached the top, the air had thickened, and the silence had become oppressive, as if the building was holding its breath. The moment the door opened, a cold gust of wind swept through, despite there being no visible source for it. The room was large, a forgotten office space, with broken chairs and overturned desks. But it was the walls that caught my attention. Tattered paper peeling from them, revealing strange symbols. The same symbols I had seen, etched into the gears of the machine in my backyard. They were identical, exactly the same. My heart skipped a beat, and I felt a cold wave crash over me. "Do you see this?" I whispered, my voice shaky as I pointed toward the wall. Darren, Lucia, and Felipe exchanged uneasy glances but said nothing. They could see it too. The symbols on the walls appeared to pulse, shifting like they were alive, bending and twisting as if they were waiting for something. I could feel my pulse quicken, a mix of fear and recognition, churning in my stomach. This place, it wasn't just abandoned. It had been used for something far beyond our understanding. As we ventured deeper into the office, the air grew colder still. The lights flickered more violently, and the sense of being watched intensified. Suddenly, Felipe gasped. I turned just in time to see him staring at something on the floor. It was another symbol etched into the ground, glowing faintly. It was the same one I had seen on the door of my garage. The one that had appeared on my sketches. My body froze. "We need to leave," Lucia murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. She was shaking, her eyes wide with fear. But before I could respond, the door at the far end of the room creaked open. I couldn't explain why, but I felt a compulsion to move towards it. My legs carried me forward before I could stop them, my friends hesitantly following behind. As I stepped through the threshold, the air shifted. The temperature dropped, and a low, humming sound began to vibrate through the walls. It was the same hum I had felt near the gate, that strange, unsettling noise that seemed to vibrate in my bones. The room beyond was pitch dark, but I could make out outlines, flickering shadows that seemed to move in the corners of my vision. My flashlight flickered on, casting a weak beam over the room. It illuminated an ancient-looking table in the center, surrounded by strange devices, twisted wires, and metal panels. I felt a wave of nausea rise in my chest. The room was some kind of laboratory, but not any lab I'd ever seen before. The equipment was unlike anything modern. It looked archaic and yet familiar. My heart raced as the pieces clicked into place. The machinery in my backyard, the gate, the symbols. It was all connected. And then, just as I was about to turn back, a voice echoed through the room, low and guttural. "Leave." The sound seemed to seep out from the walls, reverberating in my skull. It wasn't human. My body seized, paralyzed by terror. I felt my breath catch in my throat. "Leave, or it will take you." The voice hissed again, this time louder. Panic surged within me, but I couldn't move. The voice was everywhere now, surrounding me, pressing in from all sides. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to twist and writhe, forming shapes that lurked just out of view. My friends were silent, frozen in place. I could feel the pull of the darkness, the weight of the ancient force that had been awakened by our intrusion. Without warning, the ground beneath us began to tremble. The walls groaned as if the building itself was waking up, reacting to our presence. The symbols on the walls and floor began to glow with an eerie, pulsating light. It was as if we had triggered something ancient and powerful that had been waiting for us. "We have to go, now." I screamed, but the words felt hollow. The door had slammed shut behind us, trapping us inside. We were caught in a labyrinth of shadows and whispers, unable to escape the nightmarish reality that had been unleashed. The only thing I could think of was the gear, the strange contraption from my backyard, and how it had drawn me here. It had been calling me, pulling me into its grasp, and now we were all trapped. The walls started to close in, the shadows thickening. I could feel the presence closing around us, a dark force that had found its new victims. My friends were whispering in terror, but I couldn't focus on them. All I could hear was the low hum, louder now, and the voice in my head, whispering a single, terrifying truth: this is only the beginning. We were trapped, surrounded by a silence so thick it pressed against my chest. The cold intensified, as though the temperature had dropped to a freezing point. In an instant, every breath felt like I was inhaling ice. And the air itself seemed to hum, almost like it was alive. I could feel my pulse in my ears, deafening in the stillness. The sense of being watched returned, more oppressive than ever. Darren was the first to break the silence, his voice trembling. This is wrong," he muttered, his usual bravado gone. He paced back and forth, looking for any way out. "We need to get out of here. Now." But there was no escape. The doors remained unyielding, as though something invisible held them shut. We tried shouting, banging on the doors, but the sound was swallowed by the heavy, unnatural quiet. It was as if the building had absorbed our voices, leaving only the cold and the dark. Then, a sound, faint at first, like the rustling of fabric or the shifting of feet, came from the far corner of the ballroom. It was so subtle that we almost missed it. But it was enough to freeze all of us in place. Our flashlights flickered in our hands as we turned, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was causing the movement. My stomach clenched. Something was in the room with us. Not just the eerie emptiness, but something alive, something that we couldn't see, yet we could feel. I thought I saw a shadow moving in the corner of my eye. But when I focused on it, it disappeared. It was like we were surrounded by whispers, by invisible fingers brushing against the edges of our perception, teasing us with their presence. Then, from the far side of the room, a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. At first, I thought it was a trick of the light or my exhausted mind playing tricks on me. But as it stepped forward, I saw it clearly. It was tall, impossibly thin. Its body stretched in unnatural angles. It wore old, tattered clothing that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. Its face was featureless, blank, and yet its presence was so overwhelmingly sinister that my legs nearly gave out beneath me. The figure didn't walk. It glided, hovering inches above the floor. The closer it came, the colder the room became. My breath fogged in the air, and I felt a heavy weight settle in my chest. We backed away. But the figure followed us, its gaze, if it could be called a gaze, fixed on us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. I could hear its slow, rhythmic breathing now, if it could even be called that. It was more like the sound of dry leaves scraping against each other. "We need to leave. Now!" I screamed, my voice hoarse, panicked. But there was no way out. The doors remained locked, and the windows gave us nothing but an endless, empty void. My heart raced, my hands trembling as I clutched the flashlight. It was all I had left, this flickering beam of light that felt like a feeble defense against the encroaching darkness. The figure reached out a hand, if you could even call it that. Its fingers were long, unnaturally thin, and moved with a fluidity that felt wrong. As it reached for us, the air around it thickened, pressing in on my lungs, making it harder to breathe. I could feel my chest tightening, my vision narrowing as though the very walls were closing in around me. "Don't touch me," I whispered, my voice barely audible as my body froze in terror. The figure's hand hovered inches from my face. I could hear my heartbeat, loud and erratic, echoing in my skull. I wanted to run, but my feet wouldn't move. My body was paralyzed. My mind screaming at me to escape, but all I could do was stare into that empty, featureless face. The figure's hand brushed against my cheek, and a chill surged through my body, so cold it felt as though my skin was being pierced by shards of ice. My vision blurred, and I felt a sudden shift in reality, as if the room itself was warping. The edges of the room began to distort, twisting like a funhouse mirror. The walls seemed to stretch and shrink, bending in impossible directions. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished, dissolving into the shadows, leaving nothing but the oppressive silence. The cold remained, hanging in the air like a thick fog. We stood there, frozen, not knowing what had just happened or how we had survived. Darren was the first to speak, his voice a strained whisper. What was that?" But I couldn't answer. My mind was racing, trying to process what I had just witnessed, trying to convince myself that it had been some kind of hallucination, a trick of the building, or the stress. But deep down, I knew it was real. We had just encountered something that defied all logic, something that existed outside the boundaries of what I could understand. We stumbled out of the ballroom, not speaking, not looking back. As we made our way back down the stairs, I could feel the weight of what had just happened pressing on me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that figure standing there in the dark. But nothing followed us. The building was silent again, its secrets once more locked away behind its decaying walls. We left the building, and none of us spoke as we drove back. The sun was rising, casting a pale light over the empty streets. I wanted to believe it was over, that whatever had happened in that building would stay there. But as I sat in the passenger seat, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever we had encountered wasn't finished with us yet. I could still hear the faint hum in the back of my mind, like a warning, a reminder that the darkness we had walked into was still out there, waiting for us to return. And as I lay in bed that night, I couldn't help but wonder if it was already waiting for me, just outside my door, in the shadows. The eerie yellow light seemed to make the air heavier, and every step we took echoed unnervingly in the silence. The floors creaked underfoot, as if the building itself was groaning in protest at our intrusion. The further we went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. The walls seemed to close in on us, the rooms stretching and twisting into disorienting shapes. As we moved down the hall, I noticed something unusual, small, seemingly random objects scattered across the floor. There were broken picture frames, torn pages from old books, and discarded furniture parts. But then my eyes landed on something far more disturbing. There, in the center of the hallway, was a pile of what looked like human hair. It was matted together in thick clumps, the texture too unnatural, too dark to belong to anyone normal. My breath caught in my throat, and I couldn't look away. The sight of the hair made my stomach churn with a rising tide of nausea. I tried to speak, to tell the others, but my voice failed me. My legs moved on their own, and I found myself walking toward the pile, unable to stop. Darren grabbed my arm, pulling me back with urgency. "What the hell is that?" he whispered, his voice shaky. "We need to leave. This place isn't right." But something stopped me. A pull, deeper than curiosity, gnawing at my mind. A feeling that whatever lay behind the hair was something far worse than we had yet seen. I hesitated, glancing back at the others. They looked just as disturbed, their faces pale and drawn. But the air in the hallway seemed to hum with some unseen force. I felt it press against my chest, suffocating me with its intensity. Suddenly, the air shifted again. The temperature dropped sharply, so fast that we could see our breath puffing out in little clouds of vapor. The room seemed to vibrate, a low buzzing sound like an electric current running through the walls. A piercing shriek echoed from somewhere deep within. The building, sharp and unnatural, like the scream of an animal being torn apart. Lucia screamed, and in the split second before she could move, a shadow darted across the hallway, faster than any human could move. It was a dark blur, its form undistinguishable, but its presence was undeniable. My heart skipped a beat, and every instinct screamed at me to run. We need to get out. Now! I shouted, adrenaline surging through my veins. But the hallway seemed to stretch endlessly before us. The exit just out of reach. We bolted toward the stairwell, my legs barely functioning under the weight of fear. As we ran, the shrill shrieks continued, reverberating through the walls. But we couldn't tell if they were real or just in our minds. At the bottom of the stairs, we reached the door that led to the main entrance. But it was locked. Panic set in again. Darren rattled the door handle furiously, but it wouldn't budge. Felipe slammed his fists against the glass, his frustration spilling over into frantic desperation. The building groaned around us, and suddenly, there was a thudding noise coming from somewhere above. The floor shook as if something, or someone, was moving above us. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the building went silent again. The oppressive air that had been suffocating us seemed to lift, replaced by a quiet stillness that was even worse than the noise. This place isn't just abandoned, Lucia whispered, her voice trembling. It's alive. It's watching us. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was right. There was something in that building, something old and ancient, waiting for us to uncover its secrets. But now it was toying with us, guiding us down a path we couldn't escape. The fear that had been growing in my chest had now fully consumed me. The door, without warning, clicked open. We didn't hesitate. We pushed through and stumbled out into the night, the cold air hitting us like a slap in the face. But as we walked away from the building, I couldn't help but feel like we hadn't really escaped. Something was still following us, waiting for us to return. Something that wanted to see how far it could push us before we broke. And as we walked, the echoes of those strange cries seemed to follow us, carried by the wind, whispers in the night that promised we hadn't seen the last of whatever had lurked within that building. I stood there for a moment, frozen in place as my mind scrambled to make sense of what I had just seen. The reflection seemed so vivid, so real. My heart pounded in my chest, and a cold shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the image of my own face, contorted in that grotesque, unsettling grin. What kind of nightmare had we just stumbled into? We need to go, Darren muttered, his voice shaking. He was already several steps ahead of us, moving away from the building. The others quickly followed, but I couldn't seem to move. My legs felt heavy, like they were filled with lead. Finally, I forced myself to look away from the window and jogged to catch up. Every fiber of my being screamed to run, to get as far away as possible from that cursed place. We walked in silence, each of us lost in our own thoughts, the weight of what we had just experienced settling over us like a dark cloud. The alleyway was eerily quiet, the faint sounds of the city miles away. There was no one else around, no cars passing, no pedestrians walking by. It was as though the world itself had stopped moving, leaving us in an isolated pocket of time. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long, distorted shadows on the cracked pavement. The night felt suffocating, as if the darkness was slowly closing in around us. My mind kept replaying the images of the building, those warped reflections, the strange symbols, and the haunting sounds of the party that we hadn't actually heard. I couldn't shake the feeling that we hadn't truly escaped. That something had followed us out of that building, watching us from the shadows. "We need to tell someone," Lucia finally spoke, breaking the silence. "We can't just leave this behind." "What the hell was that place? We don't even know where to start." Felipe replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who would believe us? We barely believe it ourselves." We walked for what felt like hours, heading nowhere in particular. It was as if we were walking in circles, trapped in the same unending night. The only thing that kept me moving was the fear that if I stopped, if I let myself linger for even a moment, the nightmare would consume me entirely. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something following us, something lurking just out of sight. Finally, we reached a quiet street, far from the building. The city seemed normal again. Cars passed by, the hum of distant traffic in the background. For the first time in hours, I felt my breath steadying. We had made it out. But as I looked back toward the direction we came from, I saw a figure standing in the distance, barely visible in the flickering light. My blood ran cold. My pulse quickened as I strained to see who or what it was. But before I could react, the figure vanished into the shadows, leaving me with nothing but the faintest hint of movement, like a ghost slipping through the cracks of reality. I turned to the others, trying to mask the fear in my voice. "Did you see that?" "See what?" Darren asked, glancing around. "It's probably just our minds, playing tricks on us. We've been through hell." But I knew what I had seen. That figure, standing there, watching us, was no trick. It was a reminder that the building we had just left wasn't done with us yet. Whatever we had uncovered there, whatever had been unleashed, it wasn't finished. The terror we had felt inside those walls had followed us into the night. I didn't speak again as we continued walking, the unease growing in the pit of my stomach. We were all shaken, our minds racing with questions that had no answers. Was it real? Had we truly just stumbled into something far beyond our understanding? And more importantly, why did it feel like something had just begun? The answers, if they existed, were just beyond reach, buried somewhere deep inside that cursed building. I glanced at my reflection in a nearby store window, and for a split second, I saw that same twisted grin. A chill ran through me, and I quickly turned away, determined not to let the darkness close in once again. But I couldn't escape the nagging feeling that it would find us, eventually. We had opened a door to something that would never be closed again. And as much as I tried to move on, to forget, I knew that the shadows had followed us, and they were only waiting for the right moment to return. The sensation of eyes on me became an almost constant companion, creeping up whenever I least expected it. At first, I chalked it up to stressed long hours, tight deadlines, and the isolation that comes with working solo. But as the days wore on, that feeling grew more intense, more real. It wasn't just the oppressive silence that followed me in these empty spaces, it was something more tangible. A presence that seemed to stalk me through every room, behind every corner. I started checking the corners of the studio, scanning the shadows, convinced someone was hiding there. But I was always alone. The only movement came from the occasional gust of air that caused the curtains to flutter or the overhead lights flickering in their sockets. But despite the rational explanations, the feeling persisted. It was as if the space itself was alive, watching me with a sinister awareness. It was during one of these shoots, in an otherwise mundane session, that I first saw it, a figure, barely visible in the corner of my eye, standing just outside the frame of the lens. At first, I thought it was another photographer, maybe a colleague, but when I turned, there was nothing. The space was empty, save for the props and the equipment. My heart pounded as I tried to shake off the unnerving sensation. But the feeling remained, like a cold breath down my neck. As I continued with my work, I couldn't shake the thought of what I'd seen. Each click of the camera shutter seemed to echo louder, as though the sound was being absorbed by something in the room. Something unseen. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I positioned myself to take the next shot. In the lens, I saw nothing out of place. But the sense of something lurking, just beyond my vision, never left. I asked the studio owner if anyone else had been in the building, but he assured me the place had been empty for days. No one else was scheduled to come by. I tried to reason with myself, thinking I was just overworked, too tired, letting my mind wander too much. But the moments when the presence felt closest, when the chill would sweep across the room and my breath would catch in my throat, those were undeniable. I wasn't imagining it. Then came the strange occurrences. At first, they were subtle, a misplaced prop, a chair that wasn't where I'd left it. But over time, they became more frequent, more disturbing. My gear would move, cables would become tangled, and the shots I took seemed to be off. When I reviewed the pictures, I began to notice anomalies. Blurry figures in the background, streaks of light, or shadows that didn't belong. At first, I thought it was a problem with my camera, but I soon realized that these anomalies didn't appear on every shot. Some of the frames were perfect, but others were marred by something I couldn't explain. One night, I decided to stay late in the studio to process the images. I thought I could finally confront whatever was haunting me. As I worked, I felt the air grow colder, the silence heavier. That familiar sense of being watched settled over me again, but this time, it was accompanied by a low, almost imperceptible sound. A rustling, like paper being crumpled, coming from behind me. I turned, but no one was there. The room was empty, save for the shadows that stretched across the walls. My heart raced as I quickly spun back to my computer, my fingers trembling as I tried to focus on the screen. The sound persisted, but I couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Then, I saw it, one of the prints I had set aside earlier, sitting on the table, had been shifted. A figure was drawn onto it, a figure that wasn't there when I left it. I was paralyzed with shock. The figure was vague, an outline of a person, but it was unmistakable. A shadow of someone standing behind me, etched into the paper with ink that wasn't mine. It was as though the presence had manifested in my work, leaving its mark on my creations. In that moment, I realized something far more terrifying than the presence itself, whatever was haunting me. Whatever had been watching me for weeks, was now part of my art. My work had become a conduit, a bridge between the physical world and something else. I wasn't just photographing the world around me anymore. I was capturing something that didn't belong in this reality. Something that had slipped through from a place I could not understand. I snapped the photo, my hand shaking as I hit the shutter. The instant the image appeared on my screen, the figure in the photo moved. It was subtle at first, a flicker, a shift, but it was there. I watched, horrified, as the shadow seemed to stretch, reaching out from the photograph, curling around the edges of the frame. That was when I ran. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, leaving the studio with my camera still hanging from my neck. The image burned into my mind. But as I stepped outside, I saw the reflection of the building in the storefront windows, and there, in the glass, I saw the figure once more. It was standing in the doorway, watching me leave. I haven't been back to that studio since. My camera sits in a drawer, untouched, and I haven't picked up my photography equipment in months. The presence, whatever it was, has not let me go. It follows me in my dreams, in the reflection of every dark window, in the flicker of every light. I am haunted by a feeling that I am not alone. That something is watching, waiting for me to finish what I started. And perhaps, what I started is more than just a photo. It's a connection to something that doesn't belong in this world. A world where art is not just created but is inhabited. And I fear that, one day, that something will step out of the frame and into mine life once more. But it wasn't just overwork. I could feel it. That constant pressure, as if something was waiting for me to slip. To reveal the truth that lay hidden beneath my own work. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, the creaking of the old house. Just stress from the relentless schedule. Yet the presence, the shape, persisted, closer now, more distinct. As time went on, I couldn't escape the feeling that every shoot I did, every picture I took, fed whatever it was that had latched onto me. My clients continued to report strange symptoms, dizziness, fatigue, an overwhelming sense of unease that lingered even after the shoot had ended. It wasn't just a coincidence anymore. It was as if I was capturing something sinister, locking it into each frame. It reached its peak during one particularly high-profile shoot. The client, a renowned actor, seemed unnerved even before the first shot was taken. She kept glancing over her shoulder, her hands shaking, despite the makeup artist's assurances. When I began snapping photos, I noticed that the distortion in the images had grown worse. The figure behind my lens was no longer just a faint shadow. It was now a grotesque, fully formed outline, with hollow eyes and a twisted mouth that seemed to stretch unnaturally. It was almost as if it was aware of the camera, its presence mocking me through the lens. The actor's face twisted in fear as she caught sight of the image in the viewfinder. "What's that?" "What's behind me?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I tried to reassure her, but the words stuck in my throat. I knew exactly what she was seeing. And I knew I couldn't explain it. The shoot was cut short. The actor left in a hurry. Her manager insisting it was just a case of her not feeling well. I watched them leave, my stomach churning with the knowledge that I had caused something to happen that I couldn't undo. The sensation of being watched, of something closing in on me, only grew stronger. The dark figure in the corners of the frames had now attached itself to my every movement. An uninvited companion. I couldn't even look at my photos without feeling sick. Each frame, each image I had captured, seemed to pulse with that same eerie presence. The photographs had become a mirror of something that wasn't mine. Something foreign and malignant. The more I tried to push it away, the more it clung to me. I stopped taking new assignments, hoping that by distancing myself from my work, I could break the connection. But it wasn't just in my photos anymore. It was in my dreams. In the corners of my vision when I walked through dark rooms. The shadow, the figure, was everywhere. It had grown bolder. No longer just lurking in the background. It was in the foreground now. Watching me, waiting. It wasn't until a month later that I realized what I had to do. I had to destroy everything. Every single photo. Every piece of equipment that had touched the mirror. That had captured that presence. I had to sever the link. Cut myself off from whatever had been feeding on me. But as I prepared to burn the photographs, to rid myself of the equipment, I felt a strange resistance. The camera seemed to hum, as if it had a life of its own, refusing to be discarded. The moment I held the photos in my hands, a cold breeze swept through the room. And the whispers returned, faint at first but growing louder. "It's not over," they said. "You can't escape. I haven't destroyed the photos. Yet. I've kept them locked away in a box, hidden in a closet. I know it's a temporary solution, that the figure still waits, still lingers. I'm not sure if I'll ever be rid of it. But for now, I've learned to live with the fear, the knowledge that something else exists. Something I inadvertently brought into this world through the lens of my camera. The whispers are always there, just beneath the surface of my thoughts. The figure in the photos, the strange presence, has become part of me now. And I know, deep down, that it's not just my imagination. It's real, and it's waiting for the moment to step out of the frame. I froze. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the truth. I was staring at it, this creature, this thing, standing behind me in the reflection, its grotesque form more solid and threatening than ever before. It moved slightly, its limbs stretching in unnatural angles. A grotesque mimicry of human motion, as if it were testing its own reality against mine. I backed away, stumbling as my legs refused to hold me up. The collector, standing beside me, hadn't noticed. He was too busy going on about the history of the mirror, but I couldn't focus on anything he was saying. My mind was spinning, pulling me deeper into the horror unfolding before me. The mirror's surface had become like a portal, a window into something far darker and far more tangible than I had ever imagined. The figure, now clearly defined, stepped closer, its presence suffocating. "Are you all right?" The collector's voice snapped me out of my trance. And I immediately spun away from the mirror. The air in the room felt thick, like it was pressing against me, pushing me closer to the mirror's edge, pulling me back into its grip. I need to go, I stammered, my voice shaky. The collector didn't seem to understand, but I couldn't explain. The urge to flee overwhelmed me, and I didn't wait for his response. I grabbed my camera and ran out of the storage unit. The air outside fresh but no less heavy. I couldn't shake the image of that thing in the mirror. The way it seemed to pull at me, like it was aware of my every thought. The rest of the day passed in a blur of frantic energy. I couldn't focus, couldn't calm myself. I knew the mirror had to be destroyed. It wasn't just the figure in the reflection that haunted me, it was the growing sense that it was no longer confined to the glass. It had reached out, connected with me. And that connection was feeding on my fear. I couldn't keep running. I had to face it, destroy it, and free myself from whatever dark presence had latched onto my soul. But I couldn't forget the way the figure in the mirror had looked at me, like it was alive, like it was waiting for something. And the question that gnawed at my mind was simple, yet terrifying. Was I the one who had brought it to life? That night, I sat by my desk, unable to sleep, staring at the photographs I had taken of the mirror. The figure seemed to burn through the images, the darkness swirling in the background, wrapping around the edges of my thoughts. There was no escaping it. Not now. I started researching, determined to find any clue about the mirror's origin, its history. What I found was chilling. It was part of an estate that had a long history of tragedy, deaths, disappearances, and strange occurrences. All the signs pointed to the fact that the mirror was no ordinary artifact. It had been kept locked away, hidden from the world for a reason. I knew I had to return to the mirror. I had to understand what it was, what it wanted from me, and what would happen if I didn't confront it head-on. The fear clawing at my chest told me that the mirror was only the beginning. That the thing behind it, the figure, was only waiting for the right moment to claim me entirely. As I prepared to go back, I realized something that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. I wasn't just facing a mirror or a cursed object. I was facing something that existed beyond human comprehension. Something that had followed me from the moment I photographed it. Something that had crossed the threshold between reality and nightmare, and now it was more alive than ever before. It never really ends. That thought stays with me every day, gnawing at the edges of my mind like a relentless whisper. The mirror is sealed away, yes. But the presence it invited into my life remains a quiet shadow that lingers in the background, waiting I sometimes wonder if it's still there, watching, just beyond the reflective surfaces I dare not approach. The fear has become a part of me now, a silent companion that I carry wherever I go. It's in the way I avoid mirrors, in the way I hesitate before taking photos, in the small glances I steal at reflective surfaces when I think no one is looking. It's a constant presence, like a thread on the horizon that never fully disappears. I try to go about my life, to live like I did before I encountered that cursed mirror. But the knowledge that something, it is waiting, lurking just out of sight, makes every ordinary moment feel like a temporary reprieve. A breath before the storm. Sometimes, when I catch my reflection, I feel the cold touch of a presence. It's fleeting, but it's enough to remind me of what I went through. And when I look into the mirror, I wonder, what if it's still there? In the reflection I can't quite see? What if I'd been carrying this presence with me all along, waiting for the right moment to return? My camera is locked away, my mirrors covered or avoided. But the damage is done. The fear, the haunting, the sense of dread that follows me. These are the consequences of my curiosity, my reckless pursuit of capturing the world with my lens. I can only hope that by keeping the mirror locked away, I've stopped it from reaching anyone else. But deep down, I know it's never that simple. Something so malevolent doesn't just fade away. It waits. And I will be waiting too, watching for the signs, listening for the whispers, always ready for the possibility that the nightmare will return, not through the mirror, but through the lens of my own camera, or in the reflection of a window, or even in the deep shadows of a dark room. The moment the pressure on my throat eased, I shoved the figure off me, scrambling to my feet. I barely registered the pain in my side as I turned to flee. My heart hammered in my chest, adrenaline coursing through me like a flood. The cat, its eerie glow still flickering in the darkness, stalked closer to the attacker, its eyes narrowed and intent. The figure stumbled back, cursing in a low, guttural voice. The cat was relentless, its growls deepening as it advanced. In a frantic blur of motion, the attacker turned and sprinted into the dark shadows of the cemetery, disappearing just as quickly as they had appeared. I stood frozen for a few moments, catching my breath, trying to steady my shaking hands. The cat, having driven the assailant away, turned its attention back to me. It blinked slowly, as if contemplating its next move. Then, as if satisfied with its work, it sauntered toward the weathered marble headstone and hopped onto it with eerie precision. It sat there, its glowing eyes never leaving me. I slowly began backing away, not daring to take my eyes off the cat or the spot where the attacker had vanished. My thoughts raced, struggling to piece together what had just happened. Had I imagined the figure? The cat? The growl that had come from it? But the reality of the situation, the palpable fear, the cold chill in the air, the sense of something unnatural, was undeniable. My feet finally regained control, and I turned quickly, making my way to the cemetery's exit as fast as I could manage. The eerie silence returned, but this time it felt suffocating, as though the very air held a lingering presence. As I stepped outside the gates, the oppressive feeling lifted slightly, but I couldn't shake the unnerving memory of the cat and the figure. I couldn't explain what had happened, nor could I shake the feeling that I had narrowly escaped something far darker than I could comprehend. The legend of the enchanted watchman, the strange happenings in the cemetery, and the presence of that black cat all swirled together in a disorienting blend of terror and mystery. I told myself I would never return to that place, that the fear would eventually fade, but deep down, I knew something had changed. I had come too close to something otherworldly, something that had made itself known and might not be finished with me yet. The whispers of the cemetery, the glowing eyes, and the menacing growls would stay with me, haunting my every step. The cat's eyes still lingered in my mind, its unsettling glow never quite fading from my thoughts. And as much as I wanted to forget, the feeling of being watched, of something following me, gnawed at the edges of my awareness. I knew I would never fully escape the cemetery's grip. And I feared that one day, the cat, or whatever it represented, would find me again. My phone would randomly turn on and off, and the lights in my apartment would flicker incessantly, as if they were affected by some unseen force. I tried to ignore the events, telling myself it was just the stress from what I'd experienced at the cemetery. But deep down, I knew something far stranger was unfolding around me. The cat, though still a silent and often inscrutable presence in my life, seemed to be both a guardian and an omen. It would follow me wherever I went, appearing at the most unlikely moments, always watching me with those penetrating, luminous eyes. It would sit in the corner of my apartment at night, never truly resting, its gaze unblinking. I started to wonder if it was more than just a cat. Could it be something else entirely? A creature bound to the cemetery, a part of the curse that had followed me home? Days blurred into weeks, and I couldn't shake the sense of something terrible looming over me. My mind was in a constant state of unease. Even when I wasn't at home, I could feel the cat's presence, as though it was waiting for me, guarding my steps from some unknown threat. I tried to return to my normal routine, to ignore the strangeness that had taken over my life, but it was impossible to escape. One evening, I decided to face my fears head-on. I went back to the cemetery. The air was still heavy with that oppressive silence, but this time, I felt a strange pull, as though I was being led towards something inevitable. The cat had stopped following me that day, and it was almost as if it knew I had to confront whatever was waiting for me. My footsteps echoed on the worn stone paths as I walked deeper into the cemetery, my eyes scanning the gravestones, searching for something I couldn't name. The further I walked, the more I felt like I was being watched. Not just by the trees or the tombstones, but by something ancient. I couldn't explain it, but I could feel the ground beneath my feet shifting. The cemetery didn't just feel like a resting place for the dead. It felt like a living, breathing entity, and it was alive with secrets. When I reached the old oak tree near the far edge, the one that had caught my attention that first night, I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of recognition. As if I had been here before, many years ago. The tree's gnarled branches stretched toward the sky like hands reaching out to the heavens. The air was thick with an electric charge, and I could feel it in my bones. And then, the unmistakable sound of footsteps approached from behind me. The cat had returned, its glowing eyes now eerily familiar, as though they were guiding me, leading me toward whatever truth lay hidden beneath this cursed ground. It was then that I saw it, a small, rusted iron gate that hadn't been there before, standing just to the left of the oak tree. The cat stopped in front of it, its eyes gleaming as though urging me to open it. My pulse quickened as I hesitated. Was this the gateway to what had been haunting me? My hand trembled as I reached for the cold metal, turning the latch slowly. The gate creaked open with a groan, and I stepped into a hidden, overgrown part of the cemetery that I had never noticed. There was an old stone crypt, its surface cracked and weathered with age. I could hear faint sounds emanating from it, whispers, soft and muffled, like distant voices calling out to me. My legs moved forward on their own accord, each step feeling more deliberate, as if something within the crypt was pulling me closer. When I reached the crypt, I placed my hand on the cold stone, my fingers brushing against the engravings carved into its surface. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and suddenly, a vision flashed before my eyes. The crypt was no longer just stone. It was a living, breathing entity, its walls pulsing with a dark ethereal energy. In the center, I saw the black cat. Its eyes now the only light in the otherwise darkened chamber. My breath caught in my throat as I realized the truth. The cat was not just a creature of the cemetery, it was the guardian of this ancient place, tasked with protecting it from whatever dark force was bound to it. The crypt, the cemetery, and the cat were all connected in a web of old magic, and somehow, I had become a part of it. The cat looked at me one final time, its gaze heavy with the weight of knowledge. It meowed softly, as if to say goodbye, before disappearing into the shadows of the crypt. The whispers faded, and I stood there, trembling, trying to process what I had just seen and heard. The cemetery was still now, as if it had never been alive. In the first place, the cat was gone, and I was left standing in the silence, the cold air wrapping around me like a blanket. I took one last look at the crypt, then turned to leave. My heart was heavy, knowing that I could never fully escape the grip of the cemetery or the dark magic that had ensnared me. Every night, the cat's presence seemed to grow stronger, its rituals becoming more complex and urgent. I had no choice but to watch, my body frozen in terror as it performed its sacred tasks. The patterns it etched into the air with its claws grew more intricate, the symbols taking on an almost sentient life of their own. The atmosphere around me became charged, as if the very air itself had been altered, bound by the ancient forces the cat was trying to hold at bay. The creature no longer seemed like a cat at all. It moved like a twisted amalgamation of human and animal, its form ever shifting. Its eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and its movements were precise, purposeful, as though it was orchestrating something far beyond my understanding. I started to fear that I was becoming a part of whatever dark force it was fighting to contain, and yet, I couldn't look away. The oppressive feeling of being watched never left me. Even when I left the apartment, I could feel the weight of unseen eyes upon me. The eerie sensation of being stalked crept along my spine, sending shivers through my body. I tried to ignore it, tried to pretend that I could move on with my life, but deep inside, I knew that something had changed irrevocably. The cat's presence had marked me. One night, as I sat at the kitchen table trying to gather my thoughts, the cat appeared in front of me. Its eyes locked with mine, and this time, I could hear it speak, not in words, but in my mind. The voice was cold, distant, and ancient. It told me that I had become part of the Order of Guardians, that I had a role to play in a greater cosmic balance. It was then that I understood the full gravity of my situation. The Guardians were not just protectors of the physical world, but of the fabric of reality itself. The gate the cat had warned me about, the one in the cemetery, was not just a passage through physical space, but a tear in the very nature of existence. A portal that allowed something beyond this world to seep into ours. As the cat spoke, I felt the pressure in my chest tighten, the weight of its words sinking in. I was no longer just an observer. I was now an active participant in the cosmic struggle, forced to maintain the balance between worlds I didn't fully comprehend. My life was no longer my own, and the path ahead was one of constant vigilance. Over the following weeks, the entity's presence grew more pronounced. I could no longer ignore the whispers that echoed in my mind, the flickers of shadow that I saw out of the corner of my eye. The lines between reality and the otherworldly blurred further, and the cat, my guardian, became my only anchor to this dimension. As the days passed, I became accustomed to the strange rituals, the endless drawings of symbols and the incantations murmured in low tones. I began to feel the energy in the air, thick and oppressive, like the hum of an ancient machine. It wasn't just the cat anymore. There was something else, something much darker, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the moment when the gate would be opened once again. But with each passing day, I also realized that I was no longer in control. The power that had taken hold of my life, that strange cosmic balance, had become my master. I had become part of something far beyond my comprehension, and I could feel it pulling me deeper into the abyss. The more I fought it, the more it seemed to consume me. The cat, once my protector, had become my only link to sanity. And yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was leading me toward something inevitable, something I wasn't sure I wanted to face. I tried to reach out to others, to find help, but I knew deep down that no one would understand. How could I explain to anyone that I was being drawn into a battle between realms, caught between the living and the dead, between the seen and the unseen? And so, I remained trapped in this eerie dance. The cat, my guardian, keeps me tethered to reality. But I can feel the pull of the other side, growing stronger with each passing day. I wait, not knowing what the future holds, but knowing that my role in this cosmic battle is far from over. The gate remains closed, for now. But I can sense it, just beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when it will crack open once more. Until that day comes, I continue to live in the shadow of the cat, the one who watches, who protects, but who also binds me to a fate that is not my own. And I wonder, with every step I take, if I am truly living at all, or if I am already a prisoner of the dark forces that lurk just beyond the veil of reality. I can't quite shake the feeling that the world around me is unraveling in subtle, unseen ways. My senses, once sharp, now seem dull. Like I'm looking through a veil that shifts with every breath. The shadows seem darker than before, and the line between the mundane and the supernatural is ever so thin. I can't walk through my apartment without feeling its presence, the cat always in the corner of my vision, always watching, always reminding me that I'm no longer just a mere observer in this world. The reality I once knew has slipped from my grasp. The mundane tasks I once performed without thought, making coffee, checking my emails, have become laden with weight. There is an ancient knowledge that settles deep within me now, a knowledge I can't fully access, but one that keeps me tethered to the edge of something terrifying. I am a guardian now, bound to protect a veil that shouldn't have been pierced. My life, once simple, is now tied to forces I cannot explain. And yet, I cannot escape. I look at the cat and wonder what fate has in store for me. It hasn't spoken to me directly since that night. Its eyes are filled with an inscrutable intelligence, as though it knows more than I could ever hope to understand. Sometimes, when I feel especially brave, I try to communicate with it. I sit and gaze into its glowing eyes, willing it to share its secrets. But the cat never speaks. It simply stares, always knowing, always patient. The rituals continue, quieter now, more subtle. At times, I find strange symbols appearing on the walls or etched into the floor. Reminders of the path I must walk. I've come to realize that the cat is not just a protector, but a guide. Whether I want to be part of this world or not, I am now a player in a game much older than anything I can comprehend. I have stopped wondering about the nature of the cat, of the rituals, or even the ancient order it represents. All that matters now is that I walk the line between this world and the next, between light and darkness, reality and the unseen. I no longer question what I have become. I simply embrace it, for to fight it would be to lose everything. There are moments of stillness, when the apartment is quiet, when the cat is asleep in a patch of sunlight and everything feels normal. But these moments are fleeting. In the silence, I can feel the weight of the shadows pressing in. I can hear the whispers that are just beyond my comprehension. And in those moments, I know that the war is not over, but merely suspended. There is no escape from this calling, no turning back. The cat has bound me to a duty I will never fully understand. A role I did not choose but now must fulfill. And as much as I try to resist, I can feel myself changing. Not just in the physical sense. My hands tremble less, and I become more attuned to the subtle shifts in the air, but in ways I cannot explain. It's as though the very essence of the guardian is seeping into me, reshaping my soul. I have learned to live with the cat, with the strange symbols and the ancient power that pulses through my apartment. But I know, deep down, that this is only the beginning. The true nature of the cat, of the order it represents, is still a mystery to me. But I sense that one day, when I least expect it, I will face the full force of what I have become entangled in. Until then, I wait. And every night, as I close my eyes, I know the cat will be watching, waiting for the next step in this eternal dance between worlds. The voice didn't sound threatening. It was soft, like a breath against my ear, but it felt familiar. Too familiar. It was as if it knew me, like it had been in the room with me for longer than I cared to admit. My skin prickled, and I could feel my heart thumping against my ribs as I stood up from my desk, scanning the room, half expecting someone or something to materialize from the shadows. I tried to rationalize it. The wind, the creaking of the old house, the stress of deadlines, the isolation, anything to explain away what felt like a violation of the very space I'd come to rely on for solitude. But deep down, a cold, creeping fear slithered through me. This wasn't just the paranoia of overwork, there was something more. Something that didn't belong. The next day, I called in sick to work. I needed to clear my head, to shake off the restless, haunted feeling that seemed to be settling in my bones. But as I sat in the stillness of my home, I couldn't escape the feeling that the walls were closing in on me. I felt it, the weight of unseen eyes watching me, following my every move. And then it happened again. That whisper. My name, spoken with such clarity, it might as well have come from right behind me. This time, I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I was frozen, caught in the inexplicable knowledge that something was in the room with me. Though I could see nothing, hear nothing beyond the sounds of my own breath. The house, my sanctuary, my refuge from the world, had become a prison. A place where the lines between reality and nightmare blurred with each passing moment. The air grew thick, heavy with something I couldn't name. My thoughts spiraled, racing faster than I could keep up with. What was calling to me? That night, unable to sleep, I sat in my study once again. The dim glow of the desk lamp cast long, distorted shadows across the room, and the wind outside howled, rattling the windows. I stared at my reflection in the darkened window, willing my mind to focus on something, anything other than the terror that gnawed at me. As I gazed at the darkened glass, something shifted in the reflection. A figure. A shadow that seemed to stretch unnaturally across the room. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, convinced that exhaustion was catching up with me. But when I looked again, the figure was still there, standing just behind me, as if waiting. I didn't move. I didn't dare. The shadow was familiar, and yet, I didn't recognize it. It seemed to be waiting for me to turn around, to acknowledge its presence. But I couldn't. I was paralyzed, as if some unseen force had rooted me to the spot. My breath came in shallow gasps, my pulse erratic. And then, as if it had read my thoughts, the figure stepped closer, coming into sharper focus. It was a silhouette, dark and distorted, yet somehow human. But there was something wrong with it. Something that shouldn't be. Its movements were too fluid, too deliberate. It wasn't a reflection anymore. It was real. The air turned frigid, and I felt a sharp chill run down my spine. The whispering began again. low and insistent. My name, repeated over and over, like an incantation. The figure's form wavered, like smoke in the wind, its presence growing. Stronger, more demanding. Come closer, the voice urged. Though it wasn't spoken aloud. It echoed directly in my mind. Come and see. Come and join us. Panic surged through me. I knew, with absolute certainty, that whatever this was, it was not something I could control. Not something I could fight. It had found me. It had been watching me for weeks. Maybe longer, and now, it was ready to claim me. To pull me into whatever realm it belonged to. I turned away, desperate to escape. But my feet felt like they were stuck in place. The figure in the reflection continued to watch me, its form contorting, stretching, as though it was feeding off my fear. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. All I knew was that if I didn't get away, I wouldn't survive. With a burst of strength, I forced myself to move, stumbling backward. My heart pounding in my chest. The figure didn't follow me. But I could feel its presence, looming just beyond my shoulder. It was waiting. Watching. But I had no intention of looking back again. I fled from the room, my legs weak, my mind a whirlwind of terror and confusion. I didn't know what had just happened, or what that figure was. But one thing was certain, it wasn't over. It would never be over. The house had become a tomb, a place where the past and present collided. Where the boundaries of reality and nightmare no longer held sway. And now, I understood what I had to do. I couldn't run from it. I had to face it. Whatever it was coming for me. And there was no escaping its reach. I don't know how long I can hold on to my sanity. I don't know if I'm already too far gone. But one thing I've learned is that there's no such thing as escape. When something like this enters your life, it becomes a part of you. You can't outrun it, and you can't forget it. It waits for you in the shadows, always.